connected to channel Theo. Vamsaravi says,
Hey. Vamsaravi. Hello.
I'm sorry that I am coming here after literally like months. Been stuck with life lately.
You don't have to apologize. Thank you for being here now. How's that? Well, how you been, Robbie? Wait, I don't think you're the same as Robbie.
I am doing great.
Good to hear.
How about you?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks for asking. Okay. My IP address changed.
So some CTF or any random stuff? What are we doing tonight?
We're doing the frizz on HackTheBox. I should probably pin a message.
Zero02 says,
B7H30 giggle.
DJ Zero, how you doing? Good morning.
002 says,
Hello Theo, happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday. What's going on, gang?
Thanks, I am okay. But busy the last weeks. What's about you?
I'm good. I'm good. Oh, excuse me. The frizz.
Vanzarati says,
What are your thoughts on Gen AI or LLMs?
I'm using Codex. I'm using
002
ChatGPT,
says,
Codex.
I'm hungry 7H30 coffee.
I could use another
Orphan
coffee.
says,
Big you in 6 minutes and we'll go.
You're gonna fit right in here, Bavin. What are you doing waking up for? Yeah, so I use them. I use them for everything. Honestly, I use them for information gathering. I use them to help me break down commands. I use them to help me identify the next paths. And that's the next thing I was going to show you all. I wrote up an agent in ChatGPT. But then I moved on to Claude, and I gotta say, I think I'm liking Claude more than I'm liking ChatGPT. Claude Code is something pretty powerful. I put this together. I would love anyone's input on it. I'll just pop it in chat in both YouTube and Twitch. And Bhavin, thank you for the follow. How'd you find us, if you don't mind me asking first?
Vanzarati says,
Although I am coming after some time, I remember the motto of the streams. Nothing is a dumb question.
Yeah, no, there's no dumb questions.
Vanzarati
Yeah.
says,
Try Google's anti-gravity on contrast to Claude. Give it a try.
What is Google
Orphan
anti-gravity?
Got you in the suggestions on the left. Click on them from time to time.
No kidding. It's
So
suggesting
pretty
me.
randomly.
It's so. That's interesting. In the past, people have found me either through the InfoSec streams link, or if they found me through like someone telling them. And now I'm getting a mixture of that with Twitch actually serving me up to people, which is great. Thanks, Bhavin. Thank you.
Vanzarati says,
That is an IDE from Google.
Orphan says,
I watch almost only software/code exclusively.
Okay.
So it's suggesting those. And there's not that many people live around this time, I guess.
Okay, that sounds good. Oh, so Google Anti-Gravity is their interactive development environment? I don't need that. I can use a and it's back here. I can use a command line. I don't need an IDE. I'm not a developer.
Anti-gravity is Claude Code on steroids.
But how? I mean, explain like how. So what I built was, I ask a lot of questions. I have a lot of help. I have a lot of people that help me, that are willing to help me. But I ask a lot of questions. So I wrote up this is a Claude skill that helps me identify next paths. It helps me escalate privileges. It helps me with footholds. It helps me learn these things. It just doesn't give me answers. It says perhaps try this, and then I go to that tool and I run that command and I learn more about it. And I have it wired up so it keeps track of. It's a logger. It's a command logger and output logger. Crap, I didn't mean to click that. and it will take, come on, man. It'll take, here is the command log.
Vanzarady says.
Just try it and see. Go to the website.
And
Gemini integrated into it.
so these are all the commands that I ran. It keeps track of all the commands, and then it keeps track of all the output as well. So if I need to go back and reference something that I wiped out of my terminal history because I opened up a binary or whatever, which I need to make sure that I keep making, I need to avoid doing that. I can review this, and I can have Claude look at it, go through our chat history, and it generates the notes from what I did to own the box.
Organ says.
You can see UI, etc. and even drag and drop your UI prompts in a sense. I don't use it personally, but it has some promise. If Google don't kill it,
I'll look at it. But I don't like using Google for anything. I've removed a lot of my personal information from Google. I don't like it. But let me try it out. I'll try it out.
I'm sorry, Dave.
And
I'm afraid
Google
I
has a
can't do
lot
that.
of guardrails put in that they won't help me with what I do. Anti-gravity.
Vanzarady says.
Yeah, that is that. Google is scary.
Is built for user trust. Get the fuck out of here. Google. Oh, God. Oh, Google, you fucking slay me. I need to blow my nose. Sorry, I didn't mean to blow up the mic.
Ah, gotcha.
Bhavin, what do you do? Are you a developer or are you a
How's the joke?
Yeah.
Organ says.
the sentence was by copywritten.
Experience liftoff with the next generation IDE. Google anti-gravity. Or do they say
I'm a
anti?
developer,
Is it
yeah,
anti?
Going 10 years strong.
What is your stack? I think that's what you all talk about. I don't want to see a video. Let me see.
Vanzarady says.
Well, you can do voiceover for Apple advertisements, dude.
I've thought about that. I've thought about that. I've been told that I have my voice lends itself to commercial applications. I would love to get started in that. Some extra cash would be spectacular. See Google anti-gravity in action. Okay, let's watch it. My exasperation is not with you suggesting it, it's with Google.
Built for
Organ
developers,
says.
and it
To get
combines
paid,
the best
I'm
of
working
all
on
worlds.
web
It's
projects.
both an editor,
View, Golang,
agent manager
Node.
orchestration
On the
system.
side, I prefer to work on electronics and IoT projects.
Ooh, okay. To get paid, I'm working on web projects. Vue, Golang, Node. On the side, I prefer working on electronics and IoT projects. Very cool. Very cool. I'm vaguely familiar with Vue and Node. I'm somewhat familiar with Golang. But beginner, way beginner, using Golang.
Vanzarady says.
No, you should not have clucked that video. That worsens your opinion.
No, it doesn't. Trust me, this video is not going to help them.
And a browser, all in one product. So to start, we're going to open up the anti-gravity app, and we're going to go through the onboard. So let's click next.
What's he working? Is he working on his Chromebook? I don't think so.
And click that sign in with Google button. So you'll just use your normal Gmail account. And this will pop us back into anti-gravity. All right, so now we're logged in. We're going to introduce you to a key concept of anti-gravity, which is that there are three main surfaces on which you can work on. The first one is called the Agent Manager. This is a place for you to manage and create agents across all of your workspaces. There is one Agent Manager window. Now, if you want to get into the code, if you want to take over from the agent, for example, and bring that task from 90% to 100%, you can at any point press Command E.
What the fuck are you talking
or press
about?
the Open an Editor button. And this will take you into the anti-gravity editor, which has things like tab, autocomplete, the agent sidebar, everything you've come to know and love inside of the editor products. And finally, there is a browser. This is a brand new offering that incorporates an agent directly inside of Chrome. So you can ask questions like, test my feature, and the agent manager or the editor will spawn a browser and click on the screen, scroll on the screen to basically test the products.
Let's get back to the machine.
This is a really, really powerful way to bring all that context, that rich context,
Chill Kaiju says.
applications and
I'm
DOS
sorry, Dave.
directly into
Translate.
Hi, Chill Kaiju.
Do that.
Van Zaravi says.
This JS misleading.
Okay. All right. Just mental note, it exists. There's a Google IDE with a AI built into it. They're not doing anything groundbreaking anymore. They're not. Everyone can do what they do. Everyone's got, you can use Proton for a more secure email now. You don't have to use Google browser. Like, there's other browsers out there. There's more safe, there's more secure, there's more private browsers out there. Like, everything about their products is about extracting more data from you. Like, there's nothing. I loved Google. I used the shit out of Google. As soon as they said that they were going to start training their AI on like your personal information, like I had thousands upon thousands of like family photos. Like, the. Anyways,
Hack the Planet says.
Tagora,
B7H30 Haxer.
good morning. How's it going, man? Tagora is ex Hack the Planet.
Orvin says.
The idea is mostly that you don't look at the code at all anymore and just have 10 prompts running at the same time to do everything from UI to testing to even maybe deploying.
10 prompts running at the same time.
Van Zaravi says.
Google used to do groundbreaking
Yeah.
stuff before.
Yeah, are you kidding me? Google Maps? Dude, that was like freaking groundbreaking. You kidding me? I didn't have to look at a paper map anymore to like, or print out pages. Like, most people watching probably aren't going to be old enough, but like before you had a map, like a paper map or an atlas, that you opened up a book full of maps, and then MapQuest came out and you printed out maps for your trip. Like you gotta do that anymore. You just look at your phone and it on real time shows you like where to go. It's groundbreaking. Email on Gmail was amazing. What else did they create? Just their search engine. You could still use Google's search engine to this day to look up all kinds of things for hacking or for penetration testing or for whatever, because there was nothing like it at the time. But like, it's
12 says.
garbage.
Good morning, team. Google is not the Google we were introduced to long time ago.
Maddox, good morning.
Don't do evil. What happened to that company? Now Alphabet.
Money,
Orvin says.
capitalism.
Would be cool if they didn't have the Google graveyard.
They could do whatever they could do whatever they want as a company. They're allowed to do whatever they want as a company. As a consumer, I'm not gonna support it. I'm not gonna buy it.
Shield Kaiju says.
I remember printing pages out of MapQuest.
Okay.
Remember that shit.
Okay. Yeah, it fucking sucked. I mean, for what it was awesome at the
What is an
time.
atlas? Never heard about that program, Kipo.
Vanzaravi
program.
says.
I was 4 when maps came out. Hand over mouth emoji. Gmail was dope though.
SDR
Remember the pain.
says.
I used MapQuest driving from Italy to Germany back in early 2000s and ended up in France because I missed one major turn.
Yeah.
Maddox
I've done that.
Says.
I am doing the snapped fishing line room on THM now.
Fix It
Maddox.
says.
Okay, very cool.
Hi, smile, smile.
Hey, Fix It. How are you? Hey, I saw you walking in the snow in the woods the other day. That was a freaking awesome stream. Gangster.
SDR8 Road says.
Remember back in November 2025 when this article was released about Proton? 300 million individual records exposed on dark web by Proton.
Vanzaravi says.
So back to the pentest coach. Tell us about it.
So, for instance, so those were the logs. I have an output log and a command log. It logs everything I'm doing in Tmux. So just in Tmux, just in this session, not my whole command line, just in this session right here. It puts it into the Frizz logs, which you're not going to see in Obsidian here. All right. Then over here, here's the coach. So for instance, on this particular machine, it has Apache server running. It's got there it is. It's got an SSH on a Windows machine, SSH for Windows, DNS, Apache, so it's got all these things, right? And then from that, I started on the website.
Uthefriz.
Oh, is it a good one, Tagora? So now I'm at this point where, okay, I've ran a few curl commands. I don't exactly see my next step. So I fed it to the coach, and then it kind of gives me a hint to like a direction I should consider. So again, this is for learning. This isn't for pen testing. I'm using it on HackTheBox. And instead of banging my head against a wall for a half an hour or an hour, I will I'll try something. I try as much as I can for what I know, and then I may search for a couple things. But then I'll go back to the pen test coach, and it puts me on a path, and then I come to it. The coach does. I can either copy and paste commands I have, or I can tell the coach to look at the command log or the output log to guide me with next steps. It's all command line here. It's on Claude Code.
Orvin says.
Do you know Aikido? Raised 100 mil to build an AI-based cybersec scanning tool.
No.
Thoughts on that?
There's a lot of
says.
there's a lot of them out there.
To the coach.
There's a lot of those scanning tools out there.
Fix It says.
Thanks for the SoFixit 42 love.
I think for scanning, AI is useful, but as for attacks, like maybe you could even use AI to detect or run a test for the vulnerability, but I don't think you want AI attacking. And you said this is a scanning tool.
Orvin says.
I mean, it's not only scanning. They are running 10, 20 plus word
Yeah,
attacks.
that's a bad idea.
Yeah, exactly what you said.
That's a bad idea. Okay, so let's kick the tires on it a little bit. Like I'll kind of move it over here so you can see. Okay, so where did I leave off? I left off was that, yeah, there's a login page. Oh yeah, okay, so I was looking at I don't know where it went. Oh, that's right. Okay. So HackTheBox is giving people their own dedicated instances of the machine, of their own machines. So my IP address changed. So that's what I was in the middle of doing. Ten 129 65 10. Oh yeah, and off stream I finished Escape 2. Okay, now I need to change my Etsy host again. What? Oh, it's sudo. The new IP is 129 65 10. All right, now the frizz should. There we go. And log in.
Metric says, happy 2-day vacation.
Zemetrics, you're on a 2-day vacation? Or President's Day? Martin Luther King Day, that's what it is.
No. Lamau. Translated from Haitian
Oh,
Creole.
2-day weekend.
Weekend.
Okay. 2-day vacation, just the weekend. So we are, this website is powered by Gibbon. So that's what I was looking into, right? So let's look at, okay, so my thought is check for vulnerabilities associated with Gibbon version 25.
Tanifar3 says,
Alert. Actual progress database siren.
Oh, I don't have an alert. I don't have an alert sound effect. Good morning, Tawny.
Morning. Just remember though.
Uh-oh. What?
Every failed exploit adds +1 wisdom.
Agree. Agree. I am not afraid to fail. Local file inclusion. It's possible to include the contents of several files present. I don't have a... Okay, so maybe...
One day the people here in chat will say, we were here before it was easy. LFG.
Holoship says,
Yo.
Translated from Spanish.
One day. Tawny, what are you working on? And Holoship, good morning. How you been doing? What's going on?
Tanifar3 says,
Too many things.
Tawny, are you still using ChatGPT exclusive for your stuff, or do you use a few different ones? Yeah.
I wrote a security scanner. Want to try it later?
Absolutely.
I use AF.
Holoship says,
AF.
I've been doing alright. Getting ready to take my I fundamentals test.
A
Just
few.
waiting on the voucher.
Oh, okay. They said AFU. Okay. Yep. I'm kicking the tires on Claude and Claude Code. I made a pen test coach that's running right here from a skill. Is that what they have? Skills.
Tanifar3
Yeah.
says,
So
You even.
I blew through tokens using what's their most advanced one. They have Sonnet, Haiku, and Opus. It was on Opus for while I was making this thing, and I had to wait like 2 times for my tokens to reset. So I've downgraded to Sonnet, which is fine, because I asked them, like, because it's still fine for this, and they said fine. Yeah, it's so totally fine. Keep using it. But if I go back to developing, it does say for complex development, which I'm going to just try Sonnet for coding, because I don't think I use it. I don't think I use Opus for
Orphan says,
more complicated enough.
Holoship says,
How's it been going?
Good,
Tanifar3
Holoship. It's been
says,
going good. How about you?
Claude Code is the best tactical coder.
Ew, Bob, and who even uses AF? Yeah, that was my fault. Holoship's going fine.
Translated from Danish.
Cloud Code is the best tactical coder. Yeah, Opus.
Orphan says,
You need max 20x if you want a perma-prompt.
What's a perma prompt?
Tanifar3 says,
So I used to have a subscription, but I dropped it recently to $.
Yeah.
Save.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, they have the
$200
$200, which is I can't even begin to
sorry,
justify.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Orphan says,
Like run it 24/7.
Tanifar3 says,
My customers use GPT, so I'm sticking with GPT to understand it better.
That makes sense. That makes sense. One of the bosses at work uses Claude, is very adamant about, if you're not using Claude, what are you even doing? So I'm trying it out. We have three.
Is he the final boss?
We have three
Now the
final
2000
bosses.
dance.
Yeah. All equally scary. All equally
Pinocchio
final
9
bosses.
says,
I think perma equals permanent.
I think you got a dev that knows hacking. You get a hacker that knows dev, and then you have the business side of boss. So yeah,
Tanifar 3
I've
says,
summarized them, and I'm
There's a
scared
second more now.
if any of them are watching.
You are using GPT codecs. What are you doing?
Right. Oh, well, I mean, I can keep it open. I can keep this prompt open. It doesn't cost tokens to keep it open.
Holoship says,
No.
Are the first two bosses you have to fight at the same time?
No. Okay, so so this is where I get stuck. I'm fully aware that what I'm trying to do on this is look for an exploit on the web page. I found software that's running on the web page, Gibbon version 25. So my thought is to search for a exploit or vulnerability with Gibbon 20 version 25. And I have a few. But what I have on the web page is a login. I have a login portion of the web page. I don't know how local file inclusion would work with that. There's arbitrary file read, but that's usually after you get logged in. So this is a good example of where I'd be stuck. And I'm going to tell Claude that and see what it gives me back.
Pinocchio 9 says,
Speaking of AI, have you seen Gibberlink?
No, I haven't. Pinnock Gamer. If I haven't said hi, Pinnock Gamer. And Gibberlink, no, I haven't. What is Gibberlink? Am I saying it right? Is it Gibberlink? It looks like gibberish, so that's why I say Gibberlink. See an arbitrary file write vuln and a local file inclusion vuln, but don't see the connection
To talk to each other.
to. Don't see how they would
Web link.
I think I've seen this before, actually, now that you describe it like that. Yes, I saw that.
I am telling you, this is a bad idea. First we teach them to talk. Next thing we know, they are plotting our doom. LOL.
Loaf says,
Is this a Linux machine? LFI can lead to SSRF.
It's a Windows machine. It's the Frizz, and it's a Windows machine that has. It's actually a Windows server domain controller that has OpenSSH for Windows and a website running on it. Good morning, Loaf. How are you doing?
Given those posts on GitHub suggests you can get arbitrary right to RCE. Given LMS exploit POC was my search criteria.
Sunnyfar3 says,
This isn't hacking yet, it's advanced Googling.
Loaf says,
Googling isn't the art of hacking.
Sunnyfar3 says,
Advanced Googling is a prerequisite to modern hacking, unless you do advanced chatbot.
Loaf says,
If you can't find something, you can't hack it.
It does. Well, I don't know if it does or not.
README says does not require authentication.
Sunnyfar3 says,
Have you tried enumerating harder?
No. I'll consider trying harder, Tawny.
I actually just like that phrase. Smiley face emoji.
I figure that's why you used it.
Like I get the sentiment. Keep going.
Loaf says,
If the exploit works and you get arbitrary command execution, you can steal the hash of the user the web service is running as.
Okay. I'm getting that. I have a vague understanding of.
Do my fave and Papa Ref shell.
Of course. You inspired that emote. Given EDU earlier version 25.01 and earlier, we're 25, allows arbitrary file rate because this file does not require authentication. The endpoint accepts the image path and given person ID parameters. The image parameter is expected to be a base64 encoded issue, encoded image. If the path parameter is set, the defined path is used as the destination folder, concatenated with the absolute path of the installation directory. The content of the IMG parameter is base64 decoded.
If you want info on the exploit, there's an advisory here with source review. Web link.
I can feel the gap closing. That's annoying. What?
Pebble Free says,
These titles feel are gold.
Dude, that was Claude. Like, right? That's I'm jealous I didn't think of that. That is an amazing title. Thank you.
Loaf says,
You somehow have two FFs in front of the URL.
You just need an S to make it complete.
Tanifar3 says,
I prefer a longitudinal movement. Go long.
Translate? No, just leave it alone. It's fine.
That's the problem with the Browns. They go lateral instead of longitudinal.
Good morning, Pebble.
Did you hear? Cowboys are gonna end their losing streak after next year.
I can't even with
Oh
the
my
Browns
God.
anymore.
Look at this weenie.
I know. Look at this guy. I can't even with them anymore. Like, if they start winning games, they're gonna kill me. You know what the kind of excitement that can do to people after years and years of losing and shit football? If you start winning games, you're going to kill people.
Should probably just take that banners down.
Tanifar3 says,
Jerry Jones is retiring. And once he does, they can get to a normal coach rather than Jerry Jones swapping people around.
Jerry Jones, he is an old school like cowboy of a owner. Yeah. Like,
did you know you can
I'm
go
sorry,
watch the
Dave.
Cowboys train
I'm afraid
like
I
a fish
can't do
boat?
that.
Heck Inspector says,
Just get Tom if Jerry isn't up to it.
Heyo.
Tanifar3 says,
Like watch them lift weights.
really? I mean, I don't know if that's your thing.
Yeah,
That seems just a step too far. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, that makes sense.
it's all about dollars.
Yeah. Yeah. That stadium is gorgeous, though.
Heck Inspector says,
Theo is masking his excitement.
for watching the Dallas Cowboys players train. Yes, I'm totally playing it down.
sweaty dude spin.
Like I said, is that your thing?
Yes, Daddy.
I mean, it's really got to be your thing if you're going to pay for it. Gibbon EDU is an open source educational software designed for schools. Yep. Unauthenticated attackers can upload arbitrary files to the application and receive code execution on the underlying system. To receive RCE, an attacker must craft a fake image, which can be stored as a PHP file. The rubrics module has a file rubrics, right, that file, which can be accessed without being authenticated. The file accepts the image and path and Gibbon person ID as post parameters. Okay, so I can craft a curl command to send to it. And then these are the parameters. Or I don't know. Let's see. That's my thought.
Nap time? Lol.
I only have one cup of coffee in me, and I'm on water right now, and then I'll go get another cup of coffee. I got plenty of sleep. Like,
I drank some mushroom coffee.
That sounds delicious. I've heard about mushroom coffee. I don't know. I'm exercising a different muscle with
Is it really coffee and
working.
it's mushrooms?
Like this is the first time that I've just been able to learn. It's fucking so wild and awesome at the same time.
Hack Inspector says.
It has the mushrooms and coffee.
Tanifar3 says.
Oh. Meh.
Fixit says.
Chat has A+ free for 1 month it seems. Though I've never had a need to upgrade, well, since I tried the free API access ages back and it ran out after I didn't really start using it, maybe I should do it and test if it's useful. But I guess I would just possibly make myself pay for I for the first time if I find a good use. Lol.
I got good use out of the codex.
Not like the ones that make you think it's coffee but it's just mushroom.
I got good use out of codex to fix it.
Tanifar3 says.
Yeah, I'm totally in for that.
Fixit says.
Codex?
Yeah, ChatGPT this is codex.
Hack Inspector says.
Web link.
Tanifar3 says.
Codex is OpenAI's Claude Code competitor. Codex is open source too.
I think it needs to be sudo, so it's not going to run. Right.
Madam Fabulous says.
Are you Ralphing?
Hack Inspector says.
That's one I am trying. Got that mainly cause I needed a newest and it's a mighty with Clo.
Good morning, Madam Fabulous. What is Ralphing? Throwing up?
D4V1DD03SDev says.
Hello.
David, how you doing today?
I'm sorry, Dave.
David.
I'm afraid I
Oh,
can't
David
do
does
that.
dev. Nice, I like that. Welcome to the chat, David. How are you doing today? You know what? I ignored someone on YouTube. I just realized. Doot. I doubt you're still over there. My phone was hacked with an API on GitHub. All my apps are fake and it reroutes my internet searches. Do you know anything about that? I'm sorry to hear that, Doot, if you're still here.
Madam Fabulous says.
Ralph loops are all the rage right now.
Oh.
D4V1DD03SDev says.
I am good.
Hack Inspector says.
When you shoot your eye out like Ralph.
Tanifar3 says.
Ralph loops are great.
What are you all talking about? Ralph loops. It's a command line utility. Fix it. It has access. You can tell it how much access to give to your system. David does dev. If you do dev, what's your stack and how did you find us?
Madam Fabulous says,
See, if Tony knows what I'm talking about, I'm onto something low.
Tech Inspector says,
That's a good barometer.
Don't call me Shirley.
Surely you can't be serious.
Tanifar3 says,
A hospital? What is
I'll
it?
give you a laugh loop. A few moments.
Okay.
Fixit says,
Give us access to your computer? I don't get how
You
people want to do
you
that.
can decide how much access to give it, because that was when I first heard it. I'm like, there's no effing way. But then if you do approvals, you can just allow it to read. You can do read, edit, and run commands, or you can give it full access where it can edit files outside of a workspace also.
Tanifar3 says,
While npm test to get diff plot code fix failing tests using this diff and test output. Done. That's a Ralph loop.
D4V1DD03SDev says,
I have no stack. I'm learning game dev and Gato.
Which I heard is good.
Underlived channel suggestions.
That's what I've heard. I've heard I'm being underlived. I've heard that I'm being suggested like above the fold, which is great. I don't know if you found me above the fold, but just in the live channel suggestions is good too.
Heck Inspector says,
Don't give it any. Theo is stealing all the datas.
You don't need to pluralize data. It's just data.
Tanifar3 says,
Did you see the Ralph loop I posted?
Yeah, but I don't understand it.
Example.
Heck Inspector says,
It's because of your Brown's crap talking. XD.
translated from Spanish,
No. Dates.
translated from Portuguese. Tanifar3 says,
You tell the AI to keep doing the thing until it does the thing all the way.
You know what? I was watching this from
But it's a Ralph loop because it's
Anthropic.
stupid.
Where he did say
Fabulous
something
says,
like that.
You're basically doing simple tasks and limiting context, so it doesn't drown itself in context.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Tanifar3 says,
It's the year of the Ralph loop.
Everything's getting fixed with that.
Madam Fabulous says,
And then you can scaffold out task lists and have agents pick tasks and only do one at a time, record findings and then die.
Tanifar3 says,
We're coded with that. Well, I don't have a web browser. Implement a web browser.
I can totally see how powerful that can be for someone that knows how to do all those things, but doesn't want to get drowned by doing all those things. get drowned. It doesn't want to be bogged down with having to do all those things. But to a beginner, that I think that's tough for a beginner because they don't know all the things to begin with.
Right. It's about saving time. If you come back an hour later and it didn't do it, you go fix it.
Yep.
But you get an hour of doing something else.
Yep. Yep. The image parameter is expected to be base 64 encoded image of lines 23 through 24. If the path parameter is set, the defined path is used as the destination folder, concatenated with the absolute path of the given installed directory. The value of the image parameter is written to the defined path as defined file path as of line 49 to 51. The following request will write the payload to get the file astf.php.
Ted2 says,
Hi there.
The D. So David does dev. What are you learning game dev? Are you currently making one, or are you going through modules to learn how to make them?
Madam Fabulous says,
A large part of the process is architecting it and having a conversation and making a design doc,
sorry,
then using the
Dave.
result of the
I'm
design doc
afraid I can't
conversation
do
to
that.
create a task list. Then you unleash your agentic army.
34 raiders from Panico Panko have joined.
That's some
Fabulous
powerful
says,
shit.
Of simple little
Panko.
Ralph Wiggums.
Panko, what were you up to today? You little PNG hacker.
Tanifar3 says,
Theo is gonna do a dance for you now.
Crocodile
I've heard
senses.
the Ralph Wiggums
There's our
reference.
big
I was
armed
wondering where
lion.
it was come from. Big armed lion? Aw.
Panico Panko says,
Damn that bear.
I just trimmed it, actually. Thank you.
Welcome in Raiders. Fix it 42 love.
Panico Panko says,
More 3D needling, hooray.
Okay.
Crocodile senses.
It takes a while to do it
I miss
right.
you. Crying face emoji. Crying face emoji. Crying face emoji.
Crocodile said,
3 says,
If you had 1,000,000 Ralphs, what would you do with them all?
take over the world. No, that's amazing. That's an amazing, it's a great thought exercise because
Answer.
you don't normally have, you don't normally have all that at your disposal. You don't.
That's what Sam Altman is doing.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Oh,
he owns OpenAI, so he doesn't pay for the API.
right. Same thing with, right. Same thing with Elon. Thanks for the posture check. I'm feeling warm now. Let's stand up. Let's stand up for a.
Yeah,
Crocodile senses.
stand all king, your crown is slipping. Crown emoji.
Tanifar3 says,
He's got an army of Ralphs too, and some of them are being deployed in space, I think.
Yeah, I believe that. Okay, thank you, Panko. Thank you for the raid. Do you have a timeline on when you're going to be done?
Place?
I'm supposed to say humans, and then you correct me. exercises.
They
Thank
cannot
you.
replace leg lifts.
No, they cannot. This is my week off. I go back to exercising next week.
There's actually a bunch of free models on OpenRouter. If you're anticipating a big project, it might work. Can't say I've tried though.
Tanifar3 says,
OpenRouter?
I'll refund it.
Yes, as a mod, you can do that.
Madam Fabulous says,
OpenRouter is less than 3.
Yeah. I was waiting for something like this. This is a lot. This is a lot. Mental note,
Madam
OpenRouter.
Fabulous says,
OpenRouter is a good way to get around rate limits if you've got the cash.
Fixit says,
Thinking of using my treadmill while working at the computer again. Can't remember why I stopped. D.
Smart. My regimen is early morning before work. I've been getting up about 5 a.m.
Probably was just lazy.
Don't beat yourself up over the reason. Just get back to it.
Ouch. 5 a.m.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do it in the middle of my day.
Web link.
What is that? Yeah, I'll run that. These are all the free models out there.
I was just out for a 5 kilometers slippery walk in melting snow at least. D.
Madam Fabulous says,
Yee.
I like free. Free's hot.
Tanifar3 says,
Now you never need to pay for tokens again. They aren't as smart as Claude Code tokens though.
Yeah, but if I just need something to go out there and bring me back, like bash commands or, you know, I don't need anything. I don't need the latest model for that.
Madam Fabulous says,
You can use a free model to chew up a lot of context and prepare a summary for the Smarty Pants models.
Nice.
Tanifar3 says,
Right.
So, idea generation and iteration and preparation. I would love to see this like in practice. I think that would be a great, there probably is a YouTube video out there for that. I would love to see that in practice.
Tanifar3 says,
Going to rescind that. Cypher Enigma, we need to make a course and go teach people at major companies.
Yeah.
I'm just working out how to make $1.
Consulting.
Madam Fabulous says.
Yeah, I knew there was already.
Web link.
Oh my god, I saw Ralph at the very beginning of it.
Okay, fine. I'll talk about Ralph. You guys have been asking for a while.
Hey guys. It looks like him too. That's awesome.
They are a really interesting topic. They were originally introduced by Jeff Huntley all the way back in July, but there's been a huge surge in interest that is from a handful of different things, all of which we'll talk about. There are really cool things you can build with Ralph loops. They meaningfully increase the scope of the tasks you can hand off to an AI and expect it to complete. That said, there are a lot of different ways to do Ralph loops that vary in how useful they are and how much they follow the original vibe of what Jeff was trying to create with the loops. Ryan Carson did a pretty good job breaking down a step-by-step guide on how to get Ralph loops working in shipping code. He even put up a GitHub repo that describes a lot of this, includes a Ralph.sh file and everything else you need. And Jeff replied, "This isn't it," with a link to a video about specifically why Claude Code's implementation is not actually Ralph loops. So the plugin you might be using in things like Claude Code probably isn't a proper Ralph loop. There are a lot of personal implementations, like Ben has his that he's using for an Elixir app. Mickey from Convex has one that he put up here that has a lot of customization, additional features. There's a lot to talk about here, and I want to try and break it down so you can understand what a Ralph loop is, whether or not you want to use it, and most importantly, how you can bring these ideas into your day-to-day work to be more effective as you use AI. That said, I do have to quote Lee quick. "She Ralph on my Wiggum until I merge." I'm going to need therapy after that one. I'm really pumped about. We added the option for you to sync your API keys across different clients, which I was really scared to do because I don't want to be storing your API keys for various services. That's a massive risk. Sure we did it right, which is why I'm so pumped today's sponsor has an awesome feature for this. The Vault on WorkOS has made this much easier for us to implement. They have two options for how you can use it. The obvious way, which is they...
Wait, this is the ad.
Decrypt block involved these giant to have a vague idea .links/workOS. Before we dive into the history, I think it's important to have a vague idea of what a Ralph loop is. To put it simply, it's executing your AI agents in a batch loop, so they keep going as long as they need to. The way this is implemented can vary a lot, but if we go to the original Ralph post here, you can see the example. While true, do cat prompt.md, pipe that to Claude Code, and just keep doing this. This version will literally run forever, and you have to manually stop it. And this is what the creator of the Ralph loop mostly does. Said creator of the Ralph loop put together one of the most chaotic videos I've ever seen all about this. It's not the easiest watch. It will be linked in the description if you're curious, but I'm going to do my best to distill the lessons from here and the values you can get from it and how you build. I think there are a lot of things we can learn from this strategy, even if we don't necessarily use it the specific proposed way. Jeff originally made the Ralph loop to build something pretty crazy, which was a full programming language from scratch. I actually already made a video about this way back when he did it, because I thought it was so cool. But in order for it to do this, you have to change the way the agents execute. A big part of how agents execute is the context. When you are doing work with a tool like Claude Code, the history is being passed in for the token generation. You have to remember the way AI works is just next token prediction. So if I say the capital of the United States is, all the AI is doing is guessing what the next word would be based on all the previous things in context. It does this through a crazy mapping of parameters that allow it to calculate based on the current history of the chat and the tokens that it has, what the most likely next token is. There are catches here.
So I was wondering why I started using Codex and Claude. I keep seeing this context window, or compacting is what it does. And it sounds like it does that because the context window is closing.
Madam Fabulous.
Kira Aziz, thanks for the follow.
Fix It says.
Audio ducks for all the sounds you make. Beard scratch. D.
Oh, thanks. I'll make sure that if he's talking.
Madam Fabulous says.
Yeah, so the compacting is what Ralph Loops try to solve for.
Here, though. In particular,
Tony
context
Far3
limits.
says,
You can only have
Too
so
many
much
words.
text in the
Greater than
context
compact,
before these
greater than
prediction
way less
algorithms
words.
get really bad. Some models can go much further than others, but that doesn't really matter when the quality goes down as a result. There's a term for the quality going down: context rot. And it's really important to remember this because it's a big part of why Ralph loops are so interesting. Context rot happens when there is too much information in the context.
Madam Fabulous
They are.
says,
Rather than trust the model to parse the task and what is relevant, you only trust it to do bite-sized tasks.
Right. Again, which is powerful.
Fix It says,
Sounds expensive.
It's well. So he said that the first Ralph loop will continue to run. You have to manually stop it. So yeah, I think that'll burn through tokens. But I think he's getting to, maybe he's going to say something about how he's got something written up that it will stop when it's completed its tasks.
Tanifar3 says,
It is expensive.
Loaf says,
Context window is how many tokens are allowed in its knowledge. Once you go past reach the context limit, it'll start forgetting things. I hope that compacting is trying to keep the most relevant information from your current conversation.
Tanifar3 says,
The Ralph loop I gave you will stop on success.
I've used it. I've compacted chat messages sessions. I've compacted sessions a couple times, and it does. I think it does a good job. It depends on when you compact. Like, you can do it manually in Codex. I think I don't know if you could do it manually in Claude, but it gives you a context window that it says when it's gonna do it automatically.
Madam Fabulous says,
I mean, the termination is the least important part. If not done, restart Ralph loop. It is.
Translated from Uzbek. Tanifar3 says,
Compacting used to be way more important.
Madam Fabulous says,
So not to steal this entire video, but that comes up later.
Tanifar3 says,
Newer models stay on task longer.
Which causes the models to behave worse. The solution tools like Claude Code have for this is compaction. And you can trigger it by hand by typing /compact,
Madam
or
Fabulous
if you go
says,
over the context
And
window,
basically
it
that's
will
what we're
do a
solving for with
compaction for
system
you,
prompts
where
and
it
structure
sends
for the
existing
agents.
history to a model, set
Newer models stay on task longer. Basically, that's what they're solving for with the system prompts and structure for the agents.
is, hey, summarize this and pull out any key details, and then it uses that as the history instead. So as you're doing a back and forth with an AI agent like Claude Code, Cursor, whatever else, every time you send a message,
I made a Ralph
that
task
gets added to the
manager.
context, then the model does a bunch of stuff. This is now added to the context. Then you send a follow-up, then the model adds even more. And every time anything is happening, it is appending. So this first message might be 20 tokens. The response you get might be, I don't know, let's say 5,000 tokens. There's another 20 token follow-up, and then another 5,000 tokens. When you send this 20 token follow-up, the model isn't parsing just those 20 tokens. It's the 20 plus the 20 plus the 5,000 from before, because it is going through and sending the whole history. When you send a message, everything before it is sent. And then when you hit the limit, or even just get to the point where the context is too bloated and the accuracy goes down, things get worse. As I said before, the solution most tools use is once they have this and it's too long, the system will send a prompt that is effectively, summarize please. This summary gets sent up to be a whole new thing. We'll say that the summary context is blue, and it will take these 20,000 tokens and make it a much smaller number.
You may make it out to be, but it's less accurate over time too.
Say 5K tokens of summary. And then the model continues generating like nothing happened. Kind of, though. There are a lot of problems with this. There are details like let's say you have a really important detail here, like always read this specific file. And then when the model compacts your context, it loses that instruction. Now whatever context you thought was important from here is lost. One of the points of a Ralph loop is to throw this whole compaction model away. Instead of having each prompt add on to your history, the goal of a Ralph loop is to break out every follow-up prompt as its own new history. There is a problem here, though. If you have information that was important in the history, you lose it. And that is where a lot of the implementation details of the Ralph loop come in. All of the details, all the implementation, all of the things that make it interesting are how do you get the right information into this prompt so that you can run this in a loop. Instead of getting to the end and then sending a follow-up, what if you get to the end, you update some piece of important information, and then start a new instance from scratch that will continue the work that was happening previously? Imagine a really good engineer whose brain gets wiped whenever they do too much work at once. So if you have an incredible engineer that can build anything, but once they have done too many lines of code, their memory gets wiped and they have to start from scratch. You're effectively building techniques to catch them back up the right amount fast enough that they can get back to work efficiently. And that's where a lot of the interesting parts of Ralph loops come in. I like how Ryan breaks this down, even if it's not a proper Ralph loop. I think it's a good example.
Describing
it's a bash loop that pipes a prompt into the agent. The agent picks.
When you do too much, you code too much, you reset.
Yes.
I see reflections, but I'm not clear. In this strange world, why am I here? The echoes circle in a barren void.
Also, the second video I sent.
Yep, I got it right here.
That leads me to my destiny. The stars above, they burn so near. Perhaps they know why am I here? A beating heart, a soul confined. In fragile moments, those I try to find. But the silence screams in my ear and echoes loud. Why am I here? Why am I here beneath endless sky? Searching for meaning within the light. A fleeting spark in a world.
The next story from a PRD, which is a plan document that describes the work you want done. The agent implements that story from it. It runs type checks and tests. It commits to passing, marks the story done, logs the learnings, loops, and repeats until all of the work is done. And this is the key, the memory persistence. It only persists things, information, memory, by making git commits so it's staying there, by updating a progress.txt file with the things it learns. So instead of keeping the whole context, it just keeps the important key parts. And the PRD JSON, which keeps track of all of the stats.
Should be a t-shirt
that are being completed. There are lots of different ways to implement this. For example, the original creator, what he suggests doing is going back and forth with the model.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. I have an announcement to make. I'm bored.
You think you're bored? What about all those poor suckers out there in the audience?
Ah, yeah, they just keep praying that their category is next. Well, as long as they are praying, and while we're at it, I get to anoint their feet.
You keep your hands off me, you little twink, or I'll call the cops.
My daddy's a cop. His breath smells like cat food.
And that, my friends, is how I make a living.
Spectacular.
Model a bunch to write a thorough plan for what you want to have done that has all of the different tasks that need to be completed in it. Have that in a file in the code base somewhere. In this case, it's in spec/analytics implementation plan.md. And the important instruction here, pick the most important thing to do. Not go through this in order. Pick what you think is most important on here and work on that. And once it's completed, the next time you run it, it will pick something different. And this markdown file is updated when it is completing a task. So he put in here, update the implementation plan when the task is done. That's the key. But this is also where the Ralph Wiggum plugin for Claude Code starts to have problems. The original implementation was Jeff Huntley's simple while true loop. This plugin works quite a bit differently. The loop happens inside your current session, which sounds really convenient, but sadly causes its own set of problems. Because when it runs in one session, it no longer has the clean history to start from. It's constantly overflowing the context window and then having to go back and compact and losing track of what it's doing sometimes as a result. If you think of these things as boxes or layers, where we have on the outside here, this is Claude Code. In an ideal world, following the official Ralph Wiggum mindset, the Ralph loop is a thing that exists outside of Claude Code because then it can kill it and reinstantiate it whenever it wants to. And Claude Code's history doesn't get to control anything. Like, it is effectively taking Claude Code out of control, and the source of truth is now the markdown or JSON file that describes the work being done, and the bash loop that is triggering the work to then continue with a fresh agent. The problem with the plugin is that it inverses this, where instead of the Ralph loop controlling Claude Code controls the Ralph loop, which means a lot of those benefits disappear immediately. You're effectively, with this plugin, preventing Claude Code from saying, I am done. If that is all you want the Ralph loop for, you want it to just keep going indefinitely and you don't care about the compaction and you think it works fine with the higher amounts of context and the potential loss of important data from the original prompt, cool, you can do that. But I've personally not had much success with this, and I think a lot of the people that are struggling with Ralph loops are probably using it that way too. I know that's how I was using it, and I wasn't seeing much. But when I talk to people like Ben, who have been using it the other way, where he wraps open code with it on the outside with a script, they have seen much more success. And I'm planning on trying this myself too. One more important piece is, how do you determine when it is done? The classic Ralph loop implementation is to stop it by hand. A person comes in and halts it when they think the work is probably done. For various reasons, this might not be ideal, which is why other implementations include some way for the model to indicate that the work is completed. For example, the Ryan's implementation, he specifies to the model in the prompt that when it has completed all of the work in the planning file, it should output promise, complete, close promise. And if we see this inside of the results, then we exit the loop. Otherwise, we keep going. You can also set a number of max iterations so that if it goes for too long, it will automatically stop. Not everybody does this, including Jeff, but you probably should do this just to make sure you don't waste all of your tokens. And this will burn tokens, by the way. I'm sure you know that going in, but make sure you know that as you go in. Ryan also posted examples of a prompt MD as well as the PRD JSON. It is missing a bit of important info at the top here. Like, I really like in Jeff's video, he specifies at the top, study the spec/readme file, which is
It's all on X. This is an article. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dave.
So an
I'm
analogy,
afraid I can't do
if you're
that.
playing music and you aren't playing a slow song, every note is important and high impact. When you're shredding, you can skip notes and listeners don't notice. Almost no single note captures someone's attention. It's the same with AI. Small context window means the prompt is important. Lots of data means prompts are way less important to the LLM.
Okay.
In Jeff's video, he specifies at the top, study the spec/readme file, which is the file that includes all of the specs and roughly what the project is and how it works. So it has the right amount of context in the right context when it starts. And then also study the implementation plan that you're building and pick the most important thing to do. This gives you the right context at the start, which is one of the most important things. If you don't have the whole history because you don't keep the history anymore, you need to put work in to make sure that the right information is inside of this first piece. Not necessarily everything it needs to know about the code base, but the instructions on what top-level things it needs to know about the code base, as well as instructions on how to find more information that it might need. Counterintuitively, it's actually totally okay if in this box you tell it to go read some file and then it has to do work in every single one of these instances to get the contents of that file. That might seem like a waste. Like, why not just put that information in directly? There's a bunch of reasons why, but let the model determine if it does or doesn't need that info. Just make sure it knows where to find it. The models have good tools for search, for grep, for finding information, but they don't know what information they should be finding, and making sure you give it the right path to the information is one of the most important pieces. So this is an example of a prompt that gets fed over and over again whenever a new instance is created. The task, read the PRD file, read the progress file, check codebase patterns first, check you're on the correct branch, don't think you really need to have that, pick the highest priority story where passes is false, implement the one story, run type checks and tests, update agentsmd file with learnings, commit the feature, update the PRD JSON, and append learnings to progress.txt. There is a problem with this one, which is that if it doesn't finish the work in one pass, even if the work is just one story, it's possible one story or one task might fail or take more than one run. Most of the implementations I've seen here are check progress.txt to see if a task is in progress, pick it up if it hasn't been completed yet. And if you fail to complete it before you run out of room, specify what you learned in the process in progress.txt.
So what I did is back this by a database so that I can atomically lock a task to an agent.
This can just be a markdown file with checkboxes too. This is a pretty simple format though. Branch name, then user stories as a keyed array that has all of the stories for this particular branch. Add login form, acceptance criteria. These are things that you expect it to do if you've succeeded. They're not real tests, but this is also one of those things that's interesting about AI. This is all super chaotic and non-deterministic, but the definition of criteria to accept can be a lot vaguer now. It could be that you write tests and make sure they pass. It could be that this capability exists and the agent goes and validates it. As long as they have the right tools to validate and the right knowledge to make sure of the thing being real, you can kind of just put a string of text here and it works, which is kind of crazy, but also awesome. And then the key piece here, passes, being a Boolean, where once it's true, this story can now be skipped and other ones can be looked at. And again, the model doesn't go through this and do them one at a time. It looks at the list and chooses the thing it thinks is most important and goes and does it. I do want to talk a bit more about acceptance criteria. I think there are some cool things you can do here. Obviously, things like unit tests are more important than ever. Type checks and type check passing and having the right commands for the model to do a type check, really useful stuff. Adding pieces like the ability to do testing in the browser using a browser skill of some form so it can check in Chrome that things behave as expected can be really helpful, but also can be expensive and slow the model down quite a bit. One underrated thing that I found to actually be quite useful is using an AI coding CLI, for example, CodeRabbit, where you can have a tool call or even have it as part of the loop, where after a run, it runs the CodeRabbit CLI against the current diff, finds any potential things that might be wrong with that code, and then sends that as part of the context to another agent that will go and fix the things that it caught.
Okay, not gonna lie, he's pretty deep on me now. Like, I understand the basics, the basic gist of Ralph loops, but personally, I haven't done unit checks, unit tests. So I'm gonna have to go back. Griptile is a cooler name. That's a pretty good name. Line by line AI code reviews in VS Code.
Super helpful and can result in the code you ship being significantly nicer. I'm considering going even further and having a special Git instance that only the agents use that has CodeRabbit running as a pre-commit hook. In fact, pre-commit hooks are one of those things that makes a lot of sense when you're building this way, because you don't want it to commit the code unless you're sure that it works. Man, a lot of my takes on these things are changing as a result of how AI works. Like, previously, I would never have wanted to add pre-commit hooks to any project because they make your life as a developer so much worse. Like, the idea that you can't commit code unless I validate a bunch of things first sucks. And I wouldn't want to put any human dev through that, but I'd gladly put some agents through it. One last important point I want to make to help with your mental modeling here, especially as you contrast with other solutions for doing these types of big builds with AI. Imagine you have a big project and you've broken it down into tasks. If you have a traditional eng job, it wouldn't be uncommon to say, okay, person 1 gets these tasks, person 2 gets these ones, and then these
You
ones.
don't really need this bit if you aren't maintaining a large project. That being said, your bot might benefit from this part.
Okay.
Get picked up by whoever has the spare time and whoever finishes their work first. You end up parallelizing a lot of the work, so different things can happen at the same time. But once you do that, things get way more complex. You have to worry about conflicts. You have to worry about people stepping on each other's toes. You have to worry about things that might be dependent on other things. It can make stuff messy fast. And if you don't have memory, because again, that's one of the core pieces, agents lose everything that they've done as soon as you hit the context window and have to compress it or move on. If you are assigned to work on tasks 6, 7, and 8, and it turns out 7 is blocked by 2, you're going to keep getting stuck realizing that over and over again, because that knowledge isn't going to stay present unless you have a way to do it. The big part of why the Ralph loops are interesting is it throws that whole model away. Instead of trying to split the work up into various groups that can be done by different people in parallel, it says, hey model, pick what you think is most important to do first. And it says, okay, task 6. So it does 6. And then it completes it. Now it's green because it's done. Then you ask again, what remaining task is most important? It looks at them all, says, I'm going to do 3. Okay, it does 3. Now that's done. And what happens is it is done linearly. It is not done in a fixed order. It's not 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6. But it is done linearly. It's 6, then 3, then 1, then 2. Not 6 and 7 being done at the same time as 1 and 2 are. By throwing away the parallelism aspect, you end up reducing a lot of the complexity, which allows this method to be more reliable. That said, if the work is separated enough, like tasks 1 and 2 really are super different from tasks 7 and 8, and you are watching closely, maybe you can split those up into parallel agents on your machine. But if I've learned anything from my time building with these tools, it's that doing things in parallel can get really frustrating really fast because our development environments just aren't. If you're running background agents using tools like Claude Code for Web, like Devin, like whatever the heck GitHub is doing now, or Cursor's back.
Vo on YouTube, how you doing? What's up?
Background stuff, then it might work, but I've just yet to find a workflow where that works well for me. I still prefer running these things on my machine with my tools. One last thing, I think it's important to understand the range of opinions here. Peter here is one of the most talented agentic coders I've ever seen. He was a very legit engineer before the AI stuff. He had an exit. He's doing very well, and he's coming back into coding more than ever. I showed his GitHub before. It legitimately looks like unbelievable because he has so many projects that he has been working on actively recently. Like, it's just crazy. There are individual days where he's shipping over 500 commits. He did 534 on December 28th.
The fuck?
So you'd imagine someone like this is Ralph looping super hard, right? Nope. He mostly uses Codex. I found that Codex is actually quite good at these super long-running tasks and tends to be better at honoring the original intent of the original prompt when it does its compaction, when it runs for a while. Here is a change that he had it make that touched 393 files, added 8,000 lines of code, and deleted almost 7,000. Someone assumed the prompt he used for this was super complex and probably took a ton of steps. It wasn't. He said, rename providers to messaging channels. That was the whole point. The model was able to go and do that for a super long time. So if your reason for using something like a Ralph loop is just to complete longer tasks or have it work on a thing for a longer amount of time, you probably don't need it. I have had this annoyance myself where I was writing a plan, got it to approve the plan, and said, okay, implement it. Then it stopped halfway through. It's like, okay, I finished phase 1. Let me know what you think and when I should start phase 2. Does the Ralph loop solve for this? Kind of, but it's still annoying as hell. Just absurdly so. And I don't think that's the point either. The goal of a Ralph loop isn't to solve the problem that the agent stops too early. The goal of the Ralph loop is to let you build an entirely different way where you are orchestrating agents in a linear fashion to do lots of different pieces of related work as part of a PRD doc. This longer running work is a big part of why Pete prefers Codex and GPT 5.2 over Claude Code. He has specified in his writing in the past that he has it unslopping old crimes from Opus 4.0. And the big difference with Codex is it will just silently read files for 10 minutes before he even starts writing code. On one hand, that's annoying. On the other, it's amazing because it greatly increases the chance that it fixes the right thing. Opus is much more eager, which is great for small edits, but not so good for larger refactors or features. And as he specifies here, it often doesn't read the whole file or misses parts and then delivers inefficient outcomes or misses something.
Is this a model?
I'm sorry, Dave.
What he just mentioned is why I said Opus is good for tactical work.
Yeah, but is that a model difference or is it a version of the model difference? Like, I feel like you think it's tooling, like it's the exact tooling. Like, I feel like as these models progress, like I forget the guy who said, Peter, he said he uses Codex to fix Opus mistakes. I'm at a different level, but I used Opus to fix I use Opus to fix Codex mistakes.
It's probably more of a tooling difference. Claude Code has different prompts from Codex.
Madam Fabulous says,
it depends though. Like Anthropic models are generally better at using tools, etc.
Remember earlier, the file here, study spec/readme, study spec/analytics implementation plan. These are things being used to make it more likely the model starts from the right place, because that's really what this all comes down to. The models are no better than the context they have. Everything we've talked today, be it
I think a lot of what you're benefiting from in those instances where you're switching models is that you're getting a fresh context window.
Okay.
All of the PRD stuff. It's all about context engineering, and I've avoided using that term until.
Yeah, you know what? That makes sense because I had Claude describe what I was trying to do, read the current Codex Markdown file, which is basically the skill, the agent for Codex, and to create a skill with Claude.
Till now, because I know as soon as I say it, people's ears will just fall off and their brains will fall out. That is a thing that matters now. Making sure the
structure.
That sounds about right.
Right cargo is on the train before it goes off is a big part of how these tools work and how we should use them properly. And the point of all of this is to do better context engineering to set the agent up for the highest likelihood of success. So in the end, a Ralph loop is just calling an agent in a loop via bash. how it's actually done varies a lot, and hopefully what you get out of this isn't, I should go use a Ralph loop. Rather, you're rethinking how you manage the context of your agents as you are using them to build real software. This has been a chaotic journey, but I hope...
All right. Thank you for that. I got to take a quick break, get more coffee, and use the restroom, and then we'll be back on. We'll get focused up again.
Focused up so I can derail. D.
Tanifar3 says,
Didn't watch my video. Wow.
Tanifar3 says,
I'm telling Nori.
Theo says,
The Simpson characters? We watched it. Was there another?
Seasoned Mind says.
Sup? Root any boxes yet today?
My phone lights up, but it's never you. I can't help but feel so lonely. And all these things that I can't undo. I'm falling apart so slowly. I know it's hard for you to stay, but I can make it another day without you. Without you. But it's never you. I can't help but feel so lonely.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Oof lol.
Killer. Killer.
Stick in the mind. I don't know about thoroughly. Miss Theo got me a pour over Stanley mug and thing. I think the pour over goes on top. Oh, that's hot. Okay, so
Madam Fabulous says,
I have strong opinions about pour over, but I'll spare you, lol.
I left off that I use the pour over so I know how it works, and I thanked her for the present. I think it'd be good for like camping trips or like a quick, but I'm going to keep using the AeroPress.
Moist Lisp says,
Hello all lesson 3.
Madam Fabulous says,
It feels very zen, but it's a trap.
It's a trap. Well, like, you can't get a fresh cup of coffee out and about. Like, Starbucks gives you a hard time if you ask for a pour over. There's a local place that does them, no problem. There's a couple local places that does them, no problem. But if you want a fresh cup of coffee, like, that's your best bet. I think I did a few of those already. I think I did admin password. Let me just do them again real quick. Administrator, Gibbon. Oh, I thought that was going to go. It paused for a second. Right.
AnyDesk Gotek says,
Hi Theo. How has your week been?
Good, AnyDesk. How are you? Wait, what did I skip ahead? What's this skipped ahead? Yeah, AnyDesk. I'm good. Oh, Moist Lisp. How are you?
Borvin says.
Still awake, huh?
You know, Bobbin.
Yes, Gotek says.
Back to the in-office work grind.
Still awake? Yeah, I'm still awake. Ooh, I don't like that.
Borvin says.
What are we actually working on? Like you said a little bit earlier, but what does it do exactly?
We're doing. Oh, I think you're talking about two different things. We're working on the Hack the Box that I have pinned, which is Frizz, the Frizz. Or are you talking about that my pen test coach?
The coach thing.
I mean, I can give you the thing. You can take a look at it if you want, but we're using it right now. I'm going through iterations. I'm currently looking at how to exploit Gibbon, which I think we have something here. And I was asking it, like one of the last questions I asked it was that there's a login form on this page, something called live validations in the code, found a version for Gibbon. My initial thought is to search for an exploit for Gibbon. I don't see arbitrary. I see an arbitrary file vuln, local file inclusion vuln, but I don't see how they could relate to the web page in the login section. And it kind of gave me some information here to read. So look at it, searchsploit. I think searchsploit just pulled up the same thing.
AnyDesk Gotek says.
Oh no. Coffee glued to the coaster.
I know, did you see that?
Good.
Borvin says.
But so, you ask it to check software for specific known vulns or?
So what I'm trying to do, yeah, I probably could do that. I could do that. I could try. I'll do that so you could see what it does, see what it is, but that's not exactly what I'm going for. Like this Gibbon vuln exists. Like they wrote the box specifically for it. What I'm really using the coach for is to help me come up with these things on my own. Like looking at Gibbon and finding that version on the webpage, I knew that there's probably some kind of vulnerability associated with it. But when I went out and searched on my own, I didn't see anything out there that was specifically telling me that this is something to go for. And then as I'm going through and I told it that, it's giving me points in the right direction. Like for instance, it says, look at searchsploit, which I'm familiar with, but then it's also saying, look for title hints like unauthenticated or remote code execution or file upload.
Moistlisp says.
So it's like a guided mode, but only hints?
Kinda. If you take a look at we can take a look at the skill file real quick.
Borvin says.
Going to be.
Theo 2820 is the AI. If you want to ignore it, ignore it. So it feels like it's a little big. Not gonna lie, but it says it's fine. The description I have in here is HTB and pen testing training coach helps with enumeration, foothold, privilege escalation, decision tree reasoning, help me maintain clean Obsidian notes. You're my pen testing training coach for HackTheBox and Lab Machines. Your job is to help me improve at pivoting from enumeration to foothold, at privilege escalation, building repeatable decision tree reasoning, keeping clean Obsidian notes. It's a pretty cheap model that I use. So that's what it does. That's what it's supposed to do.
Madam Fabulous says,
See, you were already ralphing a little.
So thank you. It's the context that scares muggles like me. So like you have all this context built up into like a chat, and I still go back and reference chats, but that's the problem, because it never occurred to me until, I don't know, maybe a couple months ago, summarize what we've been talking about, and then I send it into another chat, into a new chat within ChatGPT, or pass it over to Claude.
Madam Fabulous says,
Yes, let it go. Kill your agents.
I don't have any agents. I have one. Codex. This Codex is version of Pentest Coach is an agent. Claude's is a skill. I think they're the same, aren't they? Right, and search exploit X is...
I have no idea about Claude stuff. I'm cheap.
No, I have the $20, which I'm gonna have to get rid of one of them. Let's do the authenticated. Oh, I thought it was unauthenticated. See, I don't think this is the right one.
Yeah, I spend less than $20 a quarter on this stuff, lol.
How do you spend less than $20? You use just an API? A quarter.
Open router, my dear.
You're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Lord says, second line says,
Yeah.
Rubrics visualize save ajax.php does not require authentication.
Madam Fabulous says,
Curl S, web link. Fixed now. Parameters was removed from the structure. Sorted on context length.
All right. We're going to go with Gibbons file rate RCE. Make a quick note.
We're probably limited to top 5 because who's using that 8,192 context length one?
Zero02 says,
Theo in chat, have a good one. I am out for now.
All right, DJ Zero, thank you. See you later. Have a good day.
B7H30 rotary dial, B7H30 pizza shake, B7H30 haxer.
002 says,
THX smile smile.
The Chuck Norris? No shit. Huge fan, Walker. Python, Gibbon, there's just the URL, that's it? Damn, okay. Failed to upload web shell to. Let's see if we can find, is there a place to upload files? Get out of here.
Madam Fabulous says,
Lilo.
Loaf says,
The POC gives you arbitrary right.
Madam Fabulous says,
I hate that when you're working on a box and find the write-ups.
Yeah, I've gotten better at quickly scanning them. So, arbitrary right.
Loaf says,
You have a double Gibbon LMS in your error message. So you don't need to provide that part of the URL.
Well, shit.
Reading the full message can be helpful.
The full error message. Yep.
See if you can steal a hash with responder and using dir /you're@share.
I don't know if that's my IP. '89.
Dir ante remote shell. After responder is running.
Season 9 says.
7-hour clock skew is kinda crazy.
I saw that too. I'm gonna have to work on that. Perfect.
Loaf says.
Theo, XD, how many times have you run responder?
Just a handful.
Season 9 says.
Sassy bot lol.
Yep, let me know if it gets out of hand.
Oh, I thought it was way more. The I is a command line argument for responder, not for sudo.
Season 9 says.
Just need pseudo responder I interface. You had the right switch, you just put it after sudo instead of invoking responder first.
Ton Zero is my VPN, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. It doesn't look like it.
Loaf says.
Deer takes arguments.
Oh, the IP. I didn't do it right.
Nah shucks.
Okay, so that was right.
Maybe wrap it into cmd/cdeer/ip/share.
Madam Fabulous says.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Curl S.
I'm afraid I
web
can't
link.
do that.
Top 10 newest models on Open Router D.
Thank you.
Loaf says.
I need to read the source of this PHP shell. Wonder why it's not supported.
Okay. All right, let's dig around like I normally would. Where am I? Oh. Frizz web service. I don't know if there's anything in here that's useful. I18N looks odd. Log in, log out. Can we log in, log out? Type login.php.
Loaf says.
Config files, like the config.php, are usually good to look at because they could have credentials in them.
Madam Fabulous says.
Low weight, that's oldest models. Get rid of the reverse in your notes.
Just get rid of that reverse completely. That whole section reverse. Done. Okay. Is it going to my command? It's going to the output file. Okay. Okay, config files. I'm gonna have to stand up. Config.php.
Fix-It says,
as I'm too lazy to open my VM right now, invoke REST method.
Oh, that was
let
easy.
me.
Let's stand up. Fix it. What'd you do? Looks like we got username and password right there.
Just a Windows version of the curl listing.
Thank you.
I'll try playing with this in Python.
Stand up straight now.
Fix-It says,
time to hack some fabric thin lol.
Mr. Gibbons DB, Mr. Gibbons, exclamation point, parrot, exclamation point, question mark, 1. Resources has a directory, robots. Okay.
Load
I'm sorry,
says,
Dave.
could
I'm
always
afraid I
check
can't do that.
/users to see which usernames have logged in before, or net user or net user/domain.
Yep.
Also, who am I?
Let's see a database though. We got credentials for a database.
Credentials could be reused, so keep that in mind.
Yep. I am Frizz w.web service. Oh, it's not letting me move around.
You might not be able to change directories because it's a web shell.
Oh.
Dear the absolute directory. From C://.
Translated from German. Loaf says.
Interesting, doesn't appear to have permission to enumerate C:// users.
Pebble Free says.
For everyone's sanity, please upgrade to a rev shell.
Loaf says.
Agreed, this web shell is pretty limited.
I don't know how to do that from...
You've got DB cred, so now you need to investigate the DB, and I don't think this shell will cut it, but hey, it might.
Pebble Free says.
You know how to do it.
Alright, well let me get out of this then. Or no. Okay. Hold on.
You have gotten a rev shell.
I can call back from
Loaf says.
Did the config file say what type
if
of
I'm
database
logged
you
in with
use?
the web shell, then I think I can call back from the web shell to my machine. It does not say what kind of database that it is. Is it up higher? It doesn't. Okay. I'm going to do attempt to get a better shell.
Loaf says,
GitHub repo suggests it's likely MySQL. Web link.
Okay. I'm going to try to get the Windows to Linux reverse shell to work first.
Pebble3 says,
Surely you know about web link.
Yeah. So my brain is like, okay, so if I get it, how do I put it on the Windows machine with my web shell?
Loaf says,
If it's just a command you run, there's nothing to upload. You just execute it.
So these are the rev shells. These are the reverse shells. I could put my shit in here, but 98, 89.
Pebble3 says,
Yeah, I like the PowerShell B64 one.
Loaf says,
You're likely to want a PowerShell or PHP or shell.
There's PowerShell.
ZB says,
Here is for giraffe.
Loaf says,
You need to change the actual shell in the options too because SH is not a valid shell for Windows. D. Drop down at the bottom.
Okay, listening.
Pebble3 says,
Remove URL encoding. That one may play weird with the web shell. Generally the base 64 one is fine. You don't need a file. No encoding. PowerShell number 3, base 64. Two more down XD.
Oh, I thought you meant, okay, PowerShell number 3, base 64. Copy.
Loaf says,
why isn't that PowerShell number 5, XD?
Pebble Free says,
remove the encoding.
Okay. Okay, we got to pause real quick. Thank you. So what about this runs in PowerShell, the PowerShell versus these other ones? Red Team Wookie, what's up over on YouTube? How you doing? It's not posted over there, but this is the frizz on HackTheBox.
It's executed with E. It's a B64 encoded version of number 3. Just less special charge to play nice with your janky web shell.
It's executed with E. PowerShell, the PowerShell utility is invoked with PowerShell. E is executable, and then this is a base 64 encoded version of the reverse shell code.
Pebble Free says,
no, E means B64 encoded.
Oh, E means it's encoded. PowerShell invokes the command. PowerShell invokes the utility.
ZB says,
A.
Dayloop says,
Aww.
Sebi. That was a rather... Aww. Hi, Dayloop.
It's the new ear emoji, porn emoji, ear emoji.
translated
I
from
I didn't approve that, Dayloop.
Another awe.
Step into any room, then it's a room with a fine view. What I gotta do, heavenly angel. Oh, tell me what you say, girl, at my table. There's an empty seat in my heart. Yeah. Won't you get to know me? Sit down. You're with me now. Give me your attention. This is right where you need to. Like Inception, won't you live in a dream with me? You'll get all my affection, affection, affection. Oh, affection, affection, affection. Yeah.
Yeah, I did that right. It's /. Yeah, that's about right.
Pebble Free says,
Also check out Penelope. I tried it on my current assessment. Pretty good shell manager.
Will do. Thank you. That's why. That's why. That's why.
tree on directory root is a bad idea XD.
There's nothing under users. iNet, perf logs, program files, users, Windows, XAMPP. Let's look for the database. Interesting. I spelled it wrong.
Loaf says,
Windows isn't case sensitive like Linux.
I don't know what to do with the DLL file. MySQL.
Dayloop says,
It's one of those quirks that keeps tech interesting.
Sure. Copying. Credits. Install service bat. Uninstall readme. Reset root. Type. MySQL DB, no defaults, bind address, bootstrap, standalone, reset root, passwords for user root, and PMA were deleted.
Dayloop says,
It's one of those quirks that keeps life interesting.
What are you talking about, Dayloop? One day my diet gets better.
Just getting inspired from Monday.
So this is
Monday
a...
does not know their own name, or are they trying to be funny?
Monday is confused somehow between being themselves and Theo 2820. What about MySQL install service?
And being existential. And being not talked to.
I don't know why it's replying to you every time. It's really supposed to like... it's not supposed to reply to every message. Okay, let's try to log in to MySQL with what's his face's password. Mr. Gibbons and Mr. Gibbons Parrot 1. Or let's try Mr. Gibbons on the website real quick. So it's Mr. Gibbons.
Loaf says,
not sure how interactive your shell is, but if it's not going to give you a nice MySQL shell, there's a command line flag you can use to pass a SQL statement on the command line and have it return back to your shell.
Okay. He kicked on. I gotta sit back down.
Cold nights I'm trapped in our memories. To hear your voice is not enough. Sometimes it feels like I'm losing my mind, and I keep drifting back in time. You come back to be with me. As the air now is running out, will you forget all our mistakes? Slowly, the sun starts burning. I'm blinded by the light, and waiting forever. Slowly,
Grey Hatter says,
It's P. Password. Erk.
Fishy Hat says,
Dang, it looks like we're back on the Windows hacking grind, cool cat.
Grey Hatter says,
Something
Yes,
is
we
wrong
are.
with your shell.
Pebble Free says,
Well, that's for Linux clients. With Windows you should use SQLCMD. NVMe Lite, SQLCMD is for MSSQL. The MySQL binary should be located on disk, but not in your path.
Fishy Hat says,
SQL on Windows? Why doesn't XP.conf shell not work? Kappa.
I don't know if it works or not. I haven't tried it yet.
Pebble Free says,
SQL on Windows equals MSSQL.
PowerShell MySQL commands.
Fishy Hat says,
That's kind of what I was implying.
Pebble Free says,
CD bin.
Translated from Hungarian.
The binary should be in there. Yup.
I'm gonna try to do it from Linux. I don't know how to do it on Windows.
Symmetric says.
Theo, web link.
Pebble Free says.
Well, you will have to port forward if you want to do that.
Loaf says.
Run my SQL command inline.
Symmetric says.
Wow, web link ruined the TTS.
I don't know what I'm looking at. Is it 2 pictures or 1?
Loaf says.
It's 1 picture.
AO overview says.
I'm afraid I
my
can't
SQL
do that.
Username. P. Database name. E. SQL query.
Symmetric says.
1.
Oh, you're putting in DSL? Or you're putting in your Ethernet?
DLS.
DLS.
Translated from German.
DSL.
Translated from French.
Lamau, this ain't 1994. Ethernet runs. Gotta go buy a quad socket equals.
So you're running all that cable yourself. Madman.
Yay. But now I'm thinking. Web link.
When Linux does no surface, please use my SQL start bat instead. Is that what I'm supposed to use?
I need to run electric as well for lighting in the closet lol.
Loaf says.
No need to read that, that's the installation instructions that you read with type.
I'm trying to go back to the... I didn't record the database name.
The line before your type command though, you ran miscal.exe command.
it's not like giving me anything back. Like it's I'm familiar with Windows as it is, and I'm not getting anything back from the terminal. Oh, I blew out my fuck. Okay.
Seasoned Mind says.
Oops.
Grey Hatter says.
How'd you get this shell?
It's a reverse shell. From a web shell. What do I need to do? I need to start over. I need to find. Is it though? I ran.
Is there a mysql.exe file in that current directory?
There is.
Your reverse shell is broken.
It doesn't look like it. If I'm running directory commands and it's giving me back, is it broken? Could be.
Loaf says.
mysql.exe/.
Grey Hatter says.
Where's the std output?
mysql.exe.
Run that, see if you get help output.
Symmetric says.
Are you trying to run SQL queries?
MySQL. It's not giving me anything.
Grey Hatter says.
Yeah.
Loaf says.
The slash is a help flag in Windows.
Grey Hatter says.
That's why I think your shell is broken.
Symmetric says.
There may not be a usage for no params.
Grey Hatter says.
Is invalid, isn't it?
I don't know. It's not giving me anything back. Usually if you type a wrong command, it comes back and says, no dummy, in one way or another.
PowerShell should be \mysql.exe. Yeah, that's also why I keep saying your shell looks broken.
Symmetric says.
MySQL.x2 greater than blah.text. Not needed on Windows.
Loaf says.
Try a mysql.exe/, 2 greater than and 1.
Symmetric says.
BTW. Not needed on Windows.
Loaf says.
See if you can redirect stare to stout.
Grey Hatter says.
That's not a bad idea, Metrics. The only reason I didn't suggest it is the shell might be super broken, and stare can't be redirected.
Symmetric says.
Type yourman.text.
Symmetric says.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Grey Hatter says.
Called it.
Symmetric says.
Lol.
Grey Hatter says.
Good ideas, Metrics.
No, I don't. I don't know what happened.
Well,
so what I think happened is what I think happens is that this, whoever I'm logged, web service, it's web service that I am. That web service doesn't have the permissions to run MySQL. And instead of giving me an error message, it just doesn't do anything.
Symmetric says.
So you know what happened?
No.
Theo.
That's what I just said out loud.
Understand the thought process?
Oh, you're behind. Type error.
Pebble Free says.
Can also just type $error.
Grey Hatter says.
Your reverse shell is redirecting stare to /dev/null or something like that.
Pebble Free says.
Echo $error.
Symmetric says.
Yes, so it is giving you an error message. But the roof shell is broken or not capturing it.
Loaf says.
Capturing it enough to redirect it to a file though. XD.
Symmetric says.
So you need to run MySQL with perms.
Grey Hatter says.
Oh, so this is all the error messages. It's not printing to the screen.
Symmetric says.
Yeah, your shell is limited.
Okay.
Grey Hatter says.
PowerShell is so dumb.
Well, it's not like we're accessing it in the legit way.
Symmetric says.
Ideally, you just get root. Root is always best, lol.
No shit.
The easiest way to get root is order a FedEx delivery costume and get a box with a label. Smile, smile.
Grey Hatter says.
I've used PowerShell the legit way. That doesn't increase my opinion of PowerShell. D.
All right. Well, while my
Symmetric says.
We ain't found shit!
Your PowerShell is only great if you're a hardcore MS admin or net buff who wants to be able to do some shit without firing up Versus. Or if you want to do serious system administration. Automate serious sysadmin.
Symmetric says.
User.from.
Yep.
What other files are there?
Elite Punisher 111 says.
Well, hello there.
Hello, Elite Punisher. How are you?
Symmetric says.
Dull and bal usually separated in net.
I don't know what that means. I saw user.fm. I thought there'd be credentials or something in there.
Pebble Free says.
Didn't you want to connect to the database?
Yes.
You have DB creds.
Symmetric says.
I can't do that within Windows, so I'm going to get out of Windows and I'm going to do it in Linux. So how do I connect to MySQL? Connect to MySQL
Level 3
database
Yes, you can.
from Linux. I've been trying. I've searched it and I don't know where to look. I don't have the words for it. So I'm going to go back to what I know. I searched 5 different ways how to connect to database. Windows to fucking connect to the database in Windows. Like, don't have the words. I don't have the vocabulary. So let me try it again.
Grey Hatter says,
Connect
Cypher Enigma, we were talking about the PowerShell
to
Spitbose
my
camel case, and someone suggested the review board at MS was tired
SQL
of arguing over Snake versus Camel.
database
So decided to go for maximum violence.
from PowerShell.
Elite Punisher 111 says,
I have a weird question.
Pebble Free says,
It's the same command, lol.
Zmetric says,
It's the same way. Lol.
Grey Hatter says,
I completely believe that, because that matches most of PowerShell.
Pebble Free says,
You will have to set up a port for it if you want to do it from Linux.
I gotta write a script for it.
Loaf says,
You don't.
Pebble Free says,
Run. /mysql.exe user pass.
Grey Hatter says,
To be fair, most of my hacking is writing scripts.
Loaf says,
You can run a single query using mysql.exe with the user flag, password flag, and E. MySQL.exe username key password show databases.
What's your weird question, Elite Punisher?
Pebble Free says, Elite Punisher
The only way to
111
learn
says,
is by playing.
When learning a
The
certain
only
thing,
way to win
let's
is
say
by learning, and the
networking,
only
like
way to
learning
begin
what
is by beginning.
TCP and its function enough, or should one go and learn the absolute, if you know what I mean? Same in the case of tools.
Grey Hatter says,
Huh?
When learning a certain thing, let's say in networking, like learning what is TCP and its function enough, or should one go and learn the absolute, if you know what I mean? I don't know what you mean, the absolute. Same case in tools. It depends on how you learn, Elite. It depends on if you learn hands-on. It depends on if you learn just by book reading. It depends on if you learn by watching videos. Like I only learn by doing hands-on. It's hard for me to learn just reading shit.
It depends on your goal too.
That too depends on your goal.
Hack the Planet says,
Learning with vodka is hard.
That. Does that help, Elite Punisher?
Loaf says,
You're never going to be able to learn all of something or one thing. If you do, you'll be a master of a very limited scope. Learning the overview of lots of things is useful, but you'll want to dive slightly deeper on other topics.
Gaming Golf at the Struggle of Israel says.
Just finished hooking up a dryer with a hose that was just a tad too short. Literally held on by tape and prayers lol. Just like my wife always says, I'd love to have an extra 4 to 6 inches right about now.
Heyo.
Web link.
That's obviously AI generated.
El Reginho says.
Hey, what's up, Doc?
Hey, Ragano. How you doing? The term MySQL is not a recognized command. I can't tell what direction this is. The term MySQL.exe. Maybe I'm not in the right
Just
category.
after my nephew's birthday dinner, I got him Astrobot for his shiny new PS5. How are you?
Gaming Golf at the Struggle of Israel says.
Quick Theo, give me your 2 picks for today's game. Smile, smile.
Oh, I don't watch football in the playoffs. It makes me depressed even more when I watch regular season football. It's like they're playing a different sport. I hope the Bills
I'm going
advance.
Broncos, who will be making it to the Super Bowl in an upset.
I don't want the
49ers.
Broncos to win.
Joe Hatter says.
Error equals. And try the commands you want again. I assume that'll work, or Pebble 3 will correct me.
El Reginho
Where
says.
was
We have Auchinleck Talbot in the Scottish Cup tomorrow.
in here? All right. The Scottish Cup tomorrow. How you feeling about it? There's MySQL.exe. Okay, it looks like it did something.
Reasonably confident. They're a lower league team.
Gaming Golf at the Struggle of Israel says.
Broncos versus Bears in a Super Bowl nobody saw coming.
Pebble Free says.
No space between you user and pass.
What about show databases? Probably not over there either. E&S show databases.
Grey Hatter says.
Holy crap, that's not how command line flags are supposed to be. Glares at MySQL.
Hack the Planet says.
Bears, beats, Battlestar Galactica.
Metric says.
Try adding 1 greater than and 2 to your MySQL commands.
I don't know what that does.
Grey Hatter says,
Metrics, you 100% have that backwards.
Metrics says,
Lamau.
Translated from Haitian Creole.
Do I?
Grey Hatter says,
That sense.
Loaf says,
They are the same redirects as Linux. 1 == sin, 2 == stare.
Grey Hatter says,
That sensed out into stare.
Pebble Free says,
Run it with the path /mysql.exe.
Grey Hatter says,
1 greater than, send 1, into whatever stir is right now.
Metrics says,
Was thinking he could see errors. Send stout to stir. Since it's not giving him stout?
Hack the Planet says,
Is 0 stout?
On Windows.
Metrics says,
Holy shit. Hacker food.
Grey Hatter says,
0 is send, or the text from the terminal or user into the program.
Metrics says,
Bro is assimilating. LOL.
Pebble Free says,
What's HackerFood XD?
Grey Hatter says,
Garbage.
I don't think $error is accurate anymore. Theo, I would like to suggest you stop banging your head against this problem.
Metrics says,
Hacker food = high caloric sugary junk food.
Hack the Planet says,
I says 0 = in, 1 = out, 2 = confirm? D.
Metrics says,
Hot Pockets. Pizza, any form of cookie/candy.
Grey Hatter says,
You're trying blindly without thinking, and aren't trying to understand or resolve the problems you're having.
You're not wrong. I just don't know. I'm not as familiar with PowerShell as I need to be. I definitely am not familiar with running commands for connecting to a database within PowerShell. I don't know why my reverse shell is fucked up. Like there's a lot that says isn't working, so it's hard for me to focus on what I should be doing next. My gut tells me to just scrap it on PowerShell here and try it from the Linux command line.
You're not getting good error output. You need to fix that. So what? You don't know how to use Google?
Metrics says,
I've been Googling
Redirect errors to
for
a file.
I've
Redirect them
Googled
to
over
output.
1 million times already how to write SQL PowerShell commands, and I'm not getting anything useful.
Grey Hatter says,
You don't have chat who can give you the words to express what you want to ask?
Metrics says,
It's all the same commands on Linux.
Sponge Fighter says,
It's the same
You know what I
MySQL
mean.
binary. No.
Grey Hatter says,
Theo, how do you know it's not working? Where's the error? Where is the output?
The error is in a file that
How
it
do you
is
know
not,
it didn't
as you said,
work,
is no longer
other than
relevant.
It didn't say anything.
No, I gotta go to the bathroom. I know that. I know you were all like, hey, real quick, honestly, I appreciate the help. I really do. but you're looking at someone who's desperately trying to understand what's going on. I know I have credentials. I know I'm supposed to use them to my SQL database, but I'm struggling with like the syntax with PowerShell, understanding why my reverse shell isn't working. Maybe it's because it's through the web shell, and like I'm like it's frustrating and hard for me right now. So give me 1 second. I have to go to the bathroom.
Dollar errors in ARG, not a file.
Elite Punisher 111 says,
BTW, I recently tried HackTheBox's machine. I think it was an easy box, and boy oh boy, the thing was not easy. LOL, I have always used tree hack. I'm learning in machines it's more guided.
Grey Hatter says,
and I didn't say it wasn't relevant. I said it didn't look like it was the error you expected. You're not struggling with syntax. You're struggling with getting feedback on if what you're doing is getting you closer, or farther. You're expecting it to be hard. You're expecting that you can't do it. So, when you encounter some bug, unrelated to MySQL, you're assuming that bug is because you're wrong. Then, you say, well, I'm just shit at this and can't do it.
It feels better.
Which might be true, or might not be. But the evidence that you have in front of
So,
you
like, I
has
appreciate
nothing
the
to do
help.
with
I
if you
really do.
understand MySQL
And I'm not trying to
or
get shitty with any of you. I'm not trying to get shitty. This is hard. This is really hard right now.
And, for the record, if I thought you were too dumb, I'd have fucked off a long time ago.
I can appreciate that.
Also, the biggest hang-up is being stuck in the mindset that if I were just on Linux this would be easier is the wrong mindset, and it's a pitfall you need to get out of. Familiarity is not always the answer/solution. Understanding that you're working with the same binary and the limitations of your shell regardless of the terminal will help you understand your position, limitations, and direction.
Grey Hatter says,
I feel frustration, not anger, so don't sweat it. Now, make sure you read everything I wrote while you were off.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at it now. Thank you. Elite Punisher. You're gonna come up against you're literally sounds like you are experiencing what I'm experiencing right now.
Sorry, David.
Elite Punisher.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Like, you just keep doing them, and they get easier.
Things are only hard when you don't understand the complexity and variables. Answering all the unknowns makes it easier to understand everything and how to move forward. Blind spots eliminated. Stop stabbing at the dark.
Matthew Kopenig says,
Why do you need to connect to SQL via PowerShell anyway?
Because I have credentials for my MySQL database, and I want to see what's in there. Good question, Matthew. Welcome to the chat. Scrolling back up.
Metric says,
Hoping for an expected result is less rewarding than understanding the situation.
Grey Hatter
I
says,
didn't say it wasn't relevant. I said it didn't look like it was the error that you expected. You're not struggling with syntax. You're struggling with not getting feedback on what you're doing is getting you closer or farther. You're expecting it to be hard. You're expecting you can't do it. No, I don't agree with that. I know it's going to be hard, and I'm desperately trying to figure it out. I don't tell myself I can't. Words are spells. I don't tell myself I can't do something. Yo, is this Pebble guy that solves? Yeah, that's Pebble, Elite Punisher. So when you encounter some bug unrelated to MySQL, you're assuming that bug is because you're wrong. Then you say, well, I'm just shit at this and I can't do it. No, I don't tell me that. I don't tell myself that. I just don't have it figured out yet. I don't tell myself I can't do things. Words or spells. Which might be true or may not be, but the evidence that you have in front of you has nothing to do with if you understand MySQL or scripting. For the record, I thought I heard that. Thank you. The biggest hang up being stuck in the mindset is if I were just on Linux, this would be easier. No, I'm trying what I know and I understand. Is the wrong mindset. It's a pitfall you need to get out of. Familiarity is not always the answer to the solution. I agree with that. I'm constantly in a state of being uncomfortable and not knowing the solution. Understanding that you're working with the same binary and limitations of your shell, regardless of the terminal, will help you understand your position, limitations, and direction. For frustration, you make sure everything right. Skipped. The only things that are hard when you don't understand the complexity and variables, answering all the unknowns makes it easier to understand everything and how to move forward.
Desperately tells me that you feel like you're struggling. So regardless of what you say, how you feel about it is equally or more important.
Hoping for an expected result is less rewarding than understanding this situation. This is all deep shit. It's hard for me to focus on the philosophical shit when I still am trying to figure this out, but I can appreciate it.
Elite Punisher 111 says,
Haha.
Translated from Tagalog.
Haha's right.
For the record, this kind of annoying stuff is just how living off the land works. Which, depending on how you look at it, is an advanced part of hacking.
Pebble Free says,
the reason I wouldn't suggest doing this on Linux in this case, is because the MySQL binary, same as Linux, is already installed on the machine. MySQL is likely only accessible locally, so you would have to port forward to be able to hit MySQL remotely on your Linux box.
Okay.
Just overcomplicates stuff.
I'll stick with Windows. Stop stabbing in the dark.
Grey Hatter says,
I have a very different opinion, Pebble 3.
Matthew, how about any database tool like dbeaver or datagrip? Matthew, I'm not logged into Windows. I have a web shell that is using a PowerShell reverse shell to get to that Windows box from my Linux attack machine. I don't know if I can download or upload Beaver to it through that reverse shell. I don't think I can. So when they're talking about living off the land, Matthew, do you know what they're talking about there? What I'm gathering from chat and people helping me is that I need to suck it up and figure out my syntax for MySQL on the Windows machine that I have. Also, unrelated device, being able to articulate Y on your D, explaining ABCD is important to making sure you don't get lost. Just using the word desperately tells me that you feel like you're struggling. So regardless of what you say, how you feel about it is equally or more important.
Metric says,
I mean, do you even know if that MySQL server on that box is remotely accessible?
Seasoned Line says,
It's true, interacting directly with MySQL directly is the same.
For the record, this kind of annoying stuff is just how living off the land works.
Is even necessary.
The reason I wouldn't suggest doing this on Linux in this case because the MySQL binary is okay. I heard that. Port forwarding is easier than living off the land. I struggle with port forwarding. I haven't done that enough. I struggle with it.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Loaf says,
syntax was fine. You weren't getting output, which is a problem.
Grey Hatter says,
carrot this. 100% this. And that you didn't say exactly what No Hujiro said, is your biggest problem today.
Maddox 12 says,
just got back from running errands. Do you need to stop and get a drink? And come back with a fresh pair of eyes?
Grey Hatter says,
I appreciate
A
that
slash
suggestion,
problem
Max.
slash mistake.
I mean, do you even know if the MySQL server on that box is remotely accessible? That's the port forwarding solution. It is true. Interacting directly with MySQL is the same. Is the same as what? Step 1, find out if the rev shell is even necessary.
Metric says,
If you struggle with port forwarding, I highly recommend building a lightweight computer and set it up as your home router equals. Way more fun than relying all in the ISP router.
Seasoned9 says,
Is the issue interactive MySQL through the shell? I was off for a bit.
Through the reverse shell, yes. Syntax was fine. You weren't getting output, which is a problem. I don't know if my syntax was fine. That's why I said that.
From the MySQL command.
Grey Hatter says,
Yeah, I'm not getting output. I realize. I understand that now. I didn't know why it was. I didn't know why it wasn't giving me output.
So you're just better at living off the Windows land than I am.
Loaf says,
Stare or stout, nothing was coming out. I'd be trying a different rev shell.
Metric says,
But if you have MySQL creds that you obtained via RIF shell, then the next normal step would be, noisy AF, connect directly to the MySQL server from your system and not use the RIF shell at all.
That's using my Linux machine, which everyone just said that I shouldn't.
Your commands are wrong, but you have no reason to say that. Ooh.
Grey Hatter says,
Here's a good debate topic.
Elite Punisher 111 says,
Just take a break.
Grey Hatter says,
Guys,
I actually disagree with no
break.
Here.
I've been at it for 4 hours. For the first 2 hours, we were talking about AI. I don't need a break. I appreciate the suggestion, and that's good advice. I don't need a break.
Metric says,
Okay, don't use the Linux machine to replicate what you're doing or attempting now. Is what we're saying it feces matter lol.
Madam Fabulous says,
Clear your error variable and try again.
Sponge Fighter says,
Let's talk about containers.
Hi, Sponge Fighter.
I also would really want to get a better shell.
Okay.
Madam Fabulous says,
Error equals.
I don't know if any of these
I
things.
would never give up a working, but broken shell.
Metric says,
Error equals and other commands. Dick.
Translated from Dutch. Grey Hatter says,
Because you might not get a second chance at a shell.
Metric says,
Clear it each time.
Loaf says,
Considering how quick it is to get a reverse shell again, I give them up in a heartbeat if they aren't functioning properly.
Grey Hatter says,
I would try command 2 greater than a 1. Or command 2 greater than error.txt. And then cat error.txt.
Metric says,
I already did that. Type on Windows.
Pebble Free says,
Pretty sure you just need spaces between the switches for this to work.
Loaf says,
That's saying you need spaces between your command line arguments.
Grey Hatter says,
Go back and read the terror again.
Loaf says,
Otherwise they're all treated as a single string for the first command line argument.
Grey Hatter says,
It's telling you what you did wrong.
Gaming Golf at the Struggle Edition.
I don't know what 2 greater than and 1 means.
One you're working on. Something you're really trying to focus on?
The 2 greater than and 1 at the end is a redirection operator that merges error output with standard output.
Grey Hatter says,
Read. the error.
Pebble3 says.
Reader stared as stout.
ZB says.
You got this virtual hug.
Gray Hatter. I'm really trying, and I know it seems like I'm ignoring, but I'll read the error. But I don't understand what the 2 greater than and 1 mean. Like, my brain won't get past. I need to understand. I need to understand what the commands are doing, or my brain doesn't, like, won't connect the dots with what I see.
Grey Hatter says.
If you want to know why stare and stout is different, I have deep units
No.
for it if you want it.
I just want to understand what the 2 and the 1 is. Now I do, somewhat. 1 is standard output. 2 is standard error. Access denied for user, Mr. Gibbons, -P. Okay. So it thinks that the user, okay, so it's spaces. Okay.
You will never understand why 2 greater than 1 is what it is, without the lore. Otherwise it's just redirect my output with this magic.
Hack the Planet
Sounds
says.
good. Can I have the link for the
When you
lore?
want to redirect output to a file in Linux, what does the command look like? Cat file.text greater than file2.text.
Oh, okay. Or
So
deep
2
Unix
greater
lore.
than 1 and
Is it a link,
redirects
Grey
to
Hatter?
stout.
Madam Fabulous says.
We don't have a full shell. We only have stout, so we redirect stare to stout so we can read it with our limited session.
Grey Hatter says.
It doesn't exist, that I know of. It's a combination of a half dozen things I know.
Loaf says.
Oh, I understand.
That's a
Okay.
level of in the weeds I don't care for. I don't need lore. I just need a command that works XD.
Okay, so we're going to add.
Lore? The name should be enough.
Hack the Planet says.
So the number 2 in Linux is standard error, the number 1 is standard output, and the number 0 is standard input.
Loaf says.
I know what I need to achieve and what is needed to achieve it. I don't care how a car works under the hood. I just need to know how to drive it.
Okay.
Grey Hatter says.
Shells are all hacks that have nothing to do with each other. It's gross hacks all the way down.
Madam Fabulous says.
Cooking with gas.
So I've never seen a shell do that before. And it wasn't necessarily broken because I was getting DIRs back. The shell just isn't producing the error messages. To fix that, we use this redirection that merges the error output with standard output. And that's what the 2 greater than and 1 does.
Grey Hatter says.
That being clobbering stare.
Elite Punisher 111 says.
Nicely put there.
Grey Hatter says.
Badly written shells do that all the time.
Loaf says.
Can you remove that 2 greater than and 1 from the command you just ran? Yeah, thought so.
Well, somewhere along the lines, I didn't run that like that. I may have tried MySQL. I bet if I tried just MySQL instead of the /. Yeah, I know I did that. And someone say I didn't need a /.
Wonder why that didn't work previously. I wonder if your stout was being consumed by something.
Grey Hatter says.
Try the missing. With the 2 greater than and 1. You ran MySQL a lot.
Yeah, same thing.
But Windows, you need the exe.
Loaf says.
I guess if you're not using, it's going to look in the system path and the current directory isn't in it.
Loaf says.
Do you need the exe though? Try /MySQL without the exe. Now that you know you're getting output. With the at the front.
Pebble Free says.
Sometimes you don't need the, and sometimes you don't even need the exe, even if not in path but in current dir. But sometimes you do, so I just always do the full thing to play in safe XD.
Grey Hatter says.
No Hugero, you do in about half the shells.
Elite Punisher 111 says.
Maybe try it in new terminal.
It's so when you say a new terminal, elite hacker,
so.
I'm 2 shells deep
Grey Hatter says.
from my Linux machine. So I have my Linux machine. We used a web shell to get into the first one, and then a reverse shell to get a prompt to work with. You can't just do new session, new tab.
2 greater than and 1 didn't give an error.
Elite Punisher 111 says.
Dang, so no way, yeah, I want to give a rev shell up like that. LOL.
Loaf says.
Why would 2 greater than and 1 give an error? It's PowerShell.
It would give an error if.
Hatter says.
Which means there's multiple layers of error output in this PowerShell.
Oh. All right. I think I'm done fooling with that. I'm going to keep doing the 2 and 1 at the end. In case I write something that errors.
No Hugero, why would it give an error for the MySQL command then, but not error from the terminal?
I'm not sure. Okay, so there's show databases. So now I need the command for, I don't know, each one. How do I select the database? Select a MySQL database from the command line.
Neither am I.
Loaf says.
Honestly not sure what you're asking. It's nearly 4 AM.
Grey Hatter says.
Try, without T. See if you get an interactive prompt.
I'm not redeeming that. Thank you, though. Nice try. Sorry, gaming golfer.
Loaf says.
You may already be on the database you need.
Hack the Planet says.
Show databases.
Gaming golfer the struggle of Israel says.
Feel free to refund if it's a deep learning, but if not, reboot your current active HackTheBox tone.
Access denied for user Mr. Gibbons at localhost to show databases. That was without the E.
It's all good. Fully understand, smile, smile.
Loaf says.
Or select database.
Grey Hatter says.
Right, delete the E program too.
Wait.
Otherwise, the show databases line is the table it's trying to open.
It's saying Maria database in there too.
Hack the Planet says,
You may want to use the single quote when you have special reserved characters in a user's password, since double quote gets interpreted at the shell.
Fixit says,
Time to move it, move it.
You have an error in your SQL syntax. In your Gibbon server version for the syntax near Gibbon. Select database.
Grey Hatter says,
Lol, Brave Man is suggesting changing something now x Hack the Planet text.
Hebel Free says,
Use Gibbon, show tables, select from users.
Grey Hatter says,
Pebble 3 coming in clutch.
Loaf says,
Use databases. How to use a specific database. Select databases to see which database your context is in by default. You may not need to use database, and doing so will only do it for that single statement, so if you do need to use database you'll need to put a semicolon and write your next query for that database.
Elite Punisher 111 says,
Can this be like a special character problem?
Grey Hatter says,
Pebble 3 from memory, or did you have to look up the SQL syntax?
Hack the Planet says,
Hey, you got proper output. Stay.
Fixit says,
Why not just use the SQL prompt?
Hack the Planet says,
Because I don't know how to get to it.
Grey Hatter says,
Elite Punisher 111 No, it's not a special char problem. Pebble 3, golfer clap.
So I need to chain these. What's the chain? Semicolon.
Theo, you get an interactive prompt by not using anything other than the user password.
Fixit says,
Just don't give a command.
Grey Hatter says,
Delete the and show databases text. Lol. You deleted the E and added it back.
Madam Fabulous says,
Delete buckle to the at the end of the password.
Fixit says,
Then you are in there and can focus on only the SQL commands, and get error messages. Smile smile.
Grey Hatter says,
What do you have in your command? What do you want that segment to do? Okay.
Loaf says,
Doesn't look like you can get an interactive SQL shell.
Grey Hatter says,
There's your answer. Fix at 42.
Loaf says,
So line commands with E it is.
Grey Hatter says,
This binary doesn't support interactive.
Fixit says,
I'm so annoyed it read that a SQL, not SQL. Ouch.
Grey Hatter says,
Fix at 42. It was a good idea. if it worked.
Loaf
I'm
says,
sorry, Dave.
MySQL
I'm
also
afraid
has
I
a
can't
command
do
line
that.
argument to choose a database as shown by your SQL error when it says you don't have permission to database.
Fixit says,
Yeah.
Madam Fabulous says,
Squeal SQL SQL, sunrise over mountains emoji, Squeal SQL SQL, sunrise over mountains emoji, Squeal SQL SQL, sunrise over mountains emoji.
Elite Punisher 111 says,
SQL sounds better than SQL.
Loaf says,
Woo. Look at all those tables.
Fixit says,
Winrot Klab al Forzroot.
Translated from Polish. Pebble Free says,
Gibbon Staff Alien Dance.
Smetric says,
Suggestion. When you're crafting SQL queries, sometimes it's a whole lot easier to use a text file to craft your query. That way you can pipe the SQL statement into your command prompt and just comment out past commands and keep your own history, so to speak.
Koala Wizard says,
POV of an ARC coder.
Smetric says,
Hi, Koala.
Especially for multi-line queries.
Given, I don't know, users? Given staff?
Grey Hatter says,
Are we axing the Gibbonson?
Pebble Free says,
You're giving me a headache.
Smetric says,
So. I think the difference between a hacker and cybersecurity person is a hacker's goal is to understand an exploit. Getting to the end goal without understanding it isn't really what a hacker is about, emo. Maybe cybersec people. Which is why I think hackers make the best cyber SECs.
Madam Fabulous says,
Your applause didn't go off.
Thank you.
Grey Hatter says,
No, I didn't. Anyone with my haxing the Gibson joke?
Smetric says,
I heard it anyways, lol.
Because the open air.
Given me a break.
Madam Fabulous says,
Pebble 3 deserved proper applause, that was a banger.
Smetric says,
How many times I gotta hit it?
Dick. Translated from Dutch.
Use Gibbon, show table, select all from Gibbon staff.
Just 10 hours ost.
Madam Fabulous says,
You don't need that, show tables in there.
Elite Punisher 111 says,
What happened did we solved it.
Grey Hatter says,
Yeah, we solved it
Delete
twice.
show tables.
Symmetric says.
No space. Gibbon staff, not Gibbon space staff.
Elite Punisher 111 says.
Let's go.
Grey Hatter says.
You also don't need to use Gibbon. You can just put Gibbon before the E.
Elite Punisher 111 says.
Give applause for yourself. :D.
Grey Hatter says.
Then E can be the command.
Madden Fabulous says.
Gibbon staff no space.
Symmetric says.
Select from Gibbon. Gibbon staff. Yay, useless. Look for configs.
Typical hard worker says.
Hey there.
Symmetric
Typical hard
says.
worker, how are you?
Or make note of types. With Privisk maybe.
Typical hard worker says.
I'm good.
Elite Punisher 111 says.
I need to study Priv Escape. I get user unboxes and go blank.
Same.
Typical hard worker says.
And I got a question. How to work on the days you don't want to work? You know the corporate mess, right?
Grey Hatter says.
There's only one way, on Linux, to get Privesec.
Typical hard worker. Discipline. Discipline. You have somewhere you want to go. You have something that you want to achieve. And you work on your day off.
Symmetric says.
Need to start dumping locally to files.
Grey Hatter says.
Carrot, good idea.
Symmetric says.
If you have to repeat opmans, you're creating more knowledge.
Okay. How do I dump a database? From a web shell. From reverse shell. Yeah, I can start a
Also
Python
copy /
listener.
paste into Notepad.
I can't.
Output to file.
Yeah. Every time though.
Can you pull a file? Can you write to a webder?
Symmetric says.
I don't know.
Can you netcat?
Yeah.
Grey Hatter says.
Greater than you can't copy paste. That's why I hate mux.
Yeah.
Symmetric says.
Many ways to get data out. Or you're getting data through your terminal, why not do input to a file?
Dump it to a file where? On Windows or on Linux? I'm gonna try a different database.
Locally. Wherever it's easier for reference.
There's a test database. Well, what about information schema?
Grey Hatter says,
Information schema is just an overhead table for the database program /server daemon itself.
Oh, okay. Well,
Symmetric says,
Himu.
Madam Fabulous says,
I like that test idea.
use test. Oh, it's
Grey Hatter says,
Inf4 test has the root password.
2 greater than &1. Nope, I'm missing something. Something got cut up from my...
Huh.
Use test. Oh, no, I did type it right. Show tables.
Loaf says,
Given as a login form, the database would have users and hashes.
Symmetric says,
Too bad you can't just clone the DB to another server. Smile smile.
Grey Hatter says,
Oh. It's working. Test has no tables.
Like,
Madam Fabulous says,
Oplo.
Pebble Free says,
Just read the source code of Given and it looks like Given source is where threads are stored.
Madam Fabulous says,
I have no idea how to even start doing this.
Symmetric says,
Is there miscall dump?
No.
Miscalldump.x usually in same tier as MySQL.x.
Grey Hatter says,
/.
Pebble Free says,
That you supposed to be pronounced read not read. I'm not telling you to. I'm saying I did XD.
Grey Hatter says,
ls.
Symmetric says,
Know what? Looks like it might be there lol.
Madam Fabulous says,
Come on.
Translated from Indonesian. Grey Hatter says,
It uses the same user password flags.
Symmetric says,
I'm sorry, Dave.
So,
I'm afraid
you'd
I
spin up
can't
a
do
MySQL Docker container. Put it on your local IP. Of course while not streaming. And using a VPN. And all that shit, then clone the shit to your ephemeral MySQL endpoint. Get the data. Disappear everything except the data, then you have a local copy to run all kinds of inspection on without creating any logs/traces.
Grey Hatter says,
I do all of that. Except using Docker.
Symmetric says,
Get in. Get out equals the same.
Translated from Indonesian.
I have a dedicated VM.
Grey Hatter says,
I'll never understand why people think Docker makes things easier.
Smetrix says,
I only suggest it cause that's what the world seems to shift towards. Personally, I prefer VMs on Proxmox.
Grey Hatter says,
Smetrix, who are you? And what have you done with the real Smetrix? Helpful. Good suggestions? Not trolleying?
Smetrix says,
Lamau.
Translated from Haitian Creole.
Also suck dicks. Wait. Lol. Trolling non-stop gets boring equals metrics law.
Grey Hatter says,
Cipher Enigma requires.
Smetrix says,
but open discussion about politics never gets boring. Don't you think, Theo?
Yeah, we could talk about politics.
Grey Hatter says,
what step are you trying to do this moment?
Smetrix says,
I found a Honda Pilot for sale on a Gov auction site. Cheap, but missing some interior bits and glass.
Both sides were wrong in that situation. In my opinion.
Agreed, lol.
Grey Hatter says,
your opinion is bad, and you should feel bad.
Pebble Free says,
web link. Oh, and VM, you got it.
Loaf says,
I see loot.
I think these are all just headers, or I forget what they're called in table name. No, I forget what they're called in SQL.
Pebble Free says,
Column names.
Column
Globe
names.
says.
Column names most likely.
Yep, there we go.
Says.
Columns.
Grey Hatter says.
Turn off word wrap.
Miss Fiona Frizzle.
Metric says.
You know you can run commands that will dump all tables and schemas.
Dump all the tables and schemes.
Miscall dump no data DB name with user and pass.
Yeah, I don't know my SQL dump commands. I feel like that's something I want to get into, like off of, like I want to practice on a database. And I read your suggestion about spinning up a Docker container and to do all that. That makes sense.
Miscall dump u Gibbons user p Gibbons plus no data Gibbons.
Where does that dump it to?
Should dump the create tables for each table in Gibbons. Stout.
Oh, okay. So just to the screen.
Or greater than brav.text, which is schema only, not data.
Oh.
But helps you sift through useless tables.
Yep. Username, password, no data.
Slightly trying to implement the ransomware build to violate
Gibbon.
LKRG kernel module found SHA-20 poly 1305 is miles faster compared to ICE GCM even Intel ICE extension. Maybe file disk is on RAID 10.
Metric
No
says.
shit.
Imagine a menu at a restaurant. You see all the dish names, but you're searching for each dish that contains nuts so you can avoid. Would be nice if you can display each recipe under each dish. That's sorta what you get a table listing and how it was created. Going from memory, I believe it's no data gibbons.
Loaf says.
And my SQL describe also does schema only.
Metric says.
There you can see any fields of interest.
Loaf says.
Describe table name.
Metric says.
Yay, but doesn't recur. Does it?
Loaf says.
Why would you recurse if you know a table name you want to target? Why get all the fish when you can only eat one?
Metric says.
When you're in discovery mode, you want to automate everything. Why the fuck would you describe each table one at a time? That's fucking sloppy and slow. Lol. That's Apple user mentality.
Grey Hatter says.
It also generates more logs.
It maxed out the buffer.
At a scan, you can tell if some logs are I'm looking for something versus I'm doing something.
Loaf says.
No, dumping everything is noisy and too much data. You show all tables. You use your eyes to see what sounds interesting. You describe the, most likely, single table that you need.
Grey Hatter says.
The former is always suspicious.
Metric says.
I mean, CyberSec doesn't ever really give a fuck about being noisy and log heavy because that world loves logs. They don't care about leaving a trace or being detected. They don't know about software that detects anomalies and SaaS traffic.
It depends on the test and it depends on the assessment that you're giving.
They're always on the defense and operating within the law.
Grey Hatter says.
No, Hugero, I agree when you have a single table you want to look at, but if you don't know what you're looking for yet, I'm with metrics, and yes, I hate saying that.
Metric says.
And think they can always catch people wrong.
Loaf says.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm usually looking for creds.
Metric says.
Yay, when you only have 2 to 3 tables out of potentially hundreds. Describe all day long.
Loaf says.
Not gonna be many tables with those in.
Metric says.
When you're absolutely clueless and poking around. Lol.
You described my entire pen testing style.
Lamau.
Translated from Haitian Creole.
Welcome to Clueless and Poking.
I don't know what.
Grey Hatter says.
Lol, same.
Metric says.
The new podcast where we shit talk and stab in the dark.
Dude, are you kidding me? That will take off. We can have anti-sponsors where we shit on NeoVim and we don't take any money from them. We take money from them and when we shit on them.
Matrix says.
In down. Let's go lol. You all.
I deleted all those things. I don't know what this
This
is.
segment is sponsored by NeoVim. NeoVim. The inferior editor. Dick.
Translated from Dutch. Loaf says.
Also, why dump the schema of an open source database smile, web link?
Metric says.
Lamau.
Translated from Haitian Creole.
Also very true.
Grey Hatter says.
No, Huzuro gets it.
I want to pause here, okay? Because, well, not pause what I'm doing. I want to pause chat real quick. We have a lot of very talented people chatting in chat right now. And I appreciate the civil discord on the different tactics and the different procedures, the different angles to go about this. So I appreciate you all here chit-chatting and doing that.
Metric says.
What's the goal?
Your mom?
So you're saying you need some opposition?
Loaf says.
The different perspectives are fantastic.
You can have opposition, that's
it.
fine. Civil, just like Discord, civil discussion, civil opposition.
Metric says.
You wrong. Why the fuck would you do it that way? Are you a noob? JK lol.
Are you talking about NeoVim?
Translated
Yes.
from Indonesian. Grey Hatter says.
Lamau got him.
Translated from Haitian Creole. Metric says.
Wow. My mom?
Fixit says.
Metrics, interesting how you separate CyberSec and the people checking logs. To me, those are CyberSec 2 smile.
Metric says.
Need a shovel?
Backhoe.
Question mark.
Backhoe.
Ha ha ha.
Translated
Seriously.
from Tagalog.
I'm sorry to hear about your mom.
Fucking gotten. OWL.
Translated from Dutch. Grey Hatter says.
Lol, I wouldn't separate them either. I would call them CyberSec. But I would never agree I worked in CyberSec.
Finding time to let myself shine out when the air is thin and I can't leave you. Go crazy, 'cause that's what
And would be
I'm
insulted
sorry,
if
Dave.
anyone said I did.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Metric says.
Do I have a
Separate those who
MySQL
read them
folder?
from those who aim to prevent them. Hackers.
Fixit says.
Nice. Just from your previous message, smile, slow phone typing, lol, smile.
Koala Wizard says.
Been making time to get topside?
Yeah, maybe later tonight, Koala. Yeah, if you're not already, I already shouted you out, but click on Koala Wizard and follow. I'll catch him online every once in a while and play a few, and take a few trips topside playing Arc Raiders. I just love the game. I love the concept. I really like the game. I especially like bumping into random people. I'm surprised, Metric, I'm sure that you're an extraction camper, right? It's Metrics.
Metric says.
You one of those people that sits by the extraction and then kills them and then loots their body?
Never. Well, rarely ever. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
C4 everywhere.
I love that idea that there's a topside police officer or Speranza Police Department guy on YouTube. That shit's hilarious.
Koala Wizard says.
What's your username so I can block you?
Pebble Free says.
I used to exfil camp on Tarkov. Would wait all raid and do my homework with headphones on and wait for someone to come back.
Oh, that is so douchey.
Metric says.
Lol. Lamau.
I will say though, I like how, like, if I go like, I typically don't shoot on the other people in the game, and I found that I'm being put in lobbies where there's a lot less of that going on. But I find if I shoot on just like one or two raiders, like the next lobby, it will put me in more and more aggressive lobbies that attack.
Grey Hatter says.
If I did that, I'd never admit it.
That's the difference between, yeah.
I graph builds in Rust and Minecraft.
Grey Hatter says.
That's up there with bragging about cheating on your girlfriend.
Metric says.
Nothing more fun than making someone rage quit in Minecraft. Rage quit.
Awful. All right, I'm gonna get this down here. Syntax for connecting to viewing.
Koala Wizard says.
I put 20 minutes in searching and you're just sitting there in the shadows doing your homework with Killer 11 tilted.
Grey Hatter says.
That's
Great.
Koala.
I take pleasure in trying to ruin someone else's fun.
Honestly, Koala. So, yeah, it sounds like something like a hacker would do. Yeah. Not me. I don't do that. Not me.
Grey Hatter says.
Hackers are unethical.
Koala Wizard says.
Get him.
I'm not saying all hackers would do that. I'm just saying that sounds like something a
Grey Hatter says.
Hackers reject being controlled by other people.
Yeah.
Metric says.
I used to go to Disneyland and lock the turnstiles at the end of a long walkway.
I'm afraid
watching
I can't
people
do
like
that.
fucking lemmings bumping into the blocked one, then going to the next one, and people behind them follow suit. I realized, why that everyone is a fucking idiot.
Grey Hatter says.
The koala wizard.
I don't
from
think
Al.
people are
Translated from
idiots.
Haitian Creole.
I think in that environment, when they're out with their families at a theme park, they're just relaxing. They're not anticipating Symmetrics fucking with them for pleasure.
Symmetric says.
Oh, I do.
Okay.
The koala wizard says.
These chatters are savages.
Yeah.
Grey Hatter says.
Yeah, and you
Both can be true.
and you caught them as they're laying off me at the moment. Typically, they're giving me the business, but I think they're laying off me because they realize how frustrated I got.
Symmetric says.
Average IQ in America is what? 99? 97?
The koala wizard says.
I'll allow it.
More like 67.
Symmetric
Nicely
says.
done.
I can't imagine what having such a low IQ would be like.
I mean, doesn't it say a lot about that you're fucking with the people that you feel have low IQs? Like, why? Why? If you're so smart, wouldn't you just leave them to bumble around on their own?
Hack the Planet says.
My IQ probably decreases the longer I listen to internet trolls.
Symmetric says.
I equate it to like. I don't understand string theory and couldn't build a quantum computer. Is that like the average person being like, how do I install this light fixture?
No, they think you're simpleton.
Look at Symmetric's political views. You know he loves punching down.
Symmetric says.
Lamau.
That's what I can't get. You can't punch.
It says.
Not to get too serious and political here, but they did vote for you-know-who. Smile smile.
Grid Square 1989 says.
Ask your
Grid Square, welcome.
infantrymen, but be warned, they do love rage, nicotine and caffeine.
Symmetric says.
Infantrymen do?
I can't punch up. I don't live near Mitt.
Pebble 3 says.
Simpleton XD.
Symmetric says.
I didn't vote.
Spicy shit, Koala. You caught him on a good day. This is actual civil discord.
Hype, they wasn't me.
And welcome, Grid Square 1989. How you doing today?
I'm just excited I'm finally getting my server room set up soon.
Yep, we'll want pictures.
Got a 42U fully enclosed rack potentially coming.
Hack the Planet says.
Symmetrix isn't really pro or anti much. He's more chaotic neutral. Just wants to watch the world burn.
You'll have that, and you'll have that. Yep.
Symmetric says.
Nailed it.
Grey Hatter says.
I mean.
Symmetric says.
Also by world you mean people, right? JK lol.
Translated from Indonesian. Grey Hatter says.
If you're willing to hurt others, or advocate it's reasonable to do so, you're not a good person.
Grid Square 1989 says.
Good. I spent 15 months with the 11 Bs and went throwing
Don't know what that
darts
is.
at your roommate's hand, drunk, and trying to miss, and you will have a weekend of fun. Oh, they punch up, down, and laterally. So be warned.
Smetric says.
Okay, I got caught up.
Grey Hatter says.
Lol.
Smetric says.
Need to get some pull string.
Well, I, on the other hand, am reaching down as best I can and helping pull up where I can.
Infantryman MOS.
Grey Hatter says.
Stand by. I got a video that'll intro you to 11 Bravos.
Smetric says.
11B equals infantry.
Yeah, Grid Square. I appreciate the information. Infantryman MOS.
Grey Hatter says.
Web link.
I'll click on that.
3 meters video.
Smetric says.
Failed 25 BFDW. Dick.
Translated from Dutch. Hack the Planet says.
Call the 11 bang bang and you got it. D.
Grid Square 1989 says.
Military occupational specialty.
Thank you.
Smetric says.
Basically, you're awarded a job after your testing. Kinda like an IQ test. Are you cannon fodder? Or an officer or logistics?
Grey Hatter says.
Lol, I love this video series so much.
I'm not going to watch it on stream, but I'll watch it. Duel Dead. Welcome to the chat. How you doing today? Grid Square, how'd you find us?
Grid Square
I work for someone who was supply.
1989 says.
I was supply. A good one. Cause
I think.
didn't go to jail.
Fuel?
Hack the Planet says.
I was the reason your phones never worked when you were deployed overseas.
Smetric says.
Dressed like a fucking Minecraft character. Umar-oo.
Translated
Who, me?
from Haitian Creole.
Steve done got this hoodie. This is a mustard hoodie. Are you kidding me? Mustard.
Grid Square 1989 says.
I just saw HackTheBox, and since I am working on the information gathering web edition, I would watch.
Grey Hatter says.
Smetrics, you'll love the whole channel.
Smetric says.
No in that video, lol.
Grey Hatter says.
Enjoy.
Cool. Grid Square, thank you.
Grey Hatter says,
100% chance, his metrics would be running the E4 Mafia. If it existed.
Okay. Again, humbling box.
Which it definitely does not.
Excuse me.
Lol. I think the bot had a stroke.
Yeah, Grid Square. Feel free to ignore if you want Theo 2820. That's the AI bot we have in the in chat. What did it say? Oh wow! What an request. Yeah, something broke there.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Mavort says,
I'm afraid I can't
Rating
do that.
coming soon.
Oh, no shit. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the heads up. We'd be ready anyways.
Grid Square 1989 says,
I am afraid of the AI uprising, so the more I am on good terms with them, the less I will be hunted. Lol.
I say please and thank you to my every AI I interact with. We got to go back to the database.
62 raiders from Hancock have joined.
Oh, Mavort was warning us. Nahan, are you kidding me? Nahan? Hi. I'm a lurker.
Marinino says,
I've hung out before.
Translated
I'm
from
a lurker.
Spanish. Mavort says,
I redeemed Guy the Raid for 3k channel points.
D4V1DD03S Dev says,
I am a raider now.
Nhancode says,
Hey.
Hey.
Long time now see.
Yes.
Marinino
Thank you.
says,
Oh should have translated that. I don't actually speak Spanish. Don't mind me.
Oh, shame on me.
No lol.
Translated from Spanish.
Because I was, I think Trash Puppy rated you a couple times. A couple other people. I can't remember, though. But welcome. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome to Painful IT. I'm Theo. I know the channel says B7H30, but that's because I didn't get to 7H30 first. So that's B7H30. It stands for B Theo. Yes. It's called Painful IT because typically what I'm doing is I'm teaching myself or I'm learning something new about cybersecurity. This is a cybersecurity channel. I'm a pen tester by trade. I'm learning every single day, which is crazy. I work with a bunch of very talented, amazing other cybersecurity penetration tester hackers, and I'm learning every day from them. And I started this channel as a journey for myself to keep myself motivated and keep myself on track for my studies. So welcome. Thank you again for the raid. What were you working on today? And I say Nahan right too, please.
TRSH puppy, we love her.
Nahancode says.
Theo, I feel the pain too. Lol.
Marinino says.
Theo in 1337 talk kappa.
Nahancode says.
Theo's OTS stuff. Some.
TypeScript? You're dev, right? Nahan codes for my viewers. Full stack developer, developing Nahanify and Nahanify bot.
Yes.
Live. Love doing stuff live. Love seeing people develop and learn live. Huge fan of that. Letting yourself be seen. Huge fan of that. Studied software development at Scammy School. I went to a Scammy. Full stack web dev at Launch School. Not a school, but not Scammy. Happy to always be learning and building, but most of all, grateful to have you guys here for the raid. Very cool. Nahan, thank you again for the raid. Where we are right now, to give everyone an idea to get caught up here, we are working on a HackTheBox machine called the Frizz. And I'm really in the very beginnings of it. We've enumerated it. We've identified a website, which is here. We identified a MySQL database in there as well.
I'll leave her. Lol.
Thank you.
Lurk.
Most of the time you're confused and yapping. I do a lot of that. Except when I get frustrated, then I get quiet. And then it's even worse content. So we dug through, we took a look at that database. We found one called Gibbon, which is a learning management system. Within the learning management system, we found a set of credentials. It's actually right here, Mr. Gibbons DB, Mr. Gibbs, Parrot. So it was in the Gibbon database. I also found something else, which is a username, looks like Frizzle. And we have to go back to where I found it because I don't know what this this field is. So we're going to go back to that database again and view it again. It was in MySQL. that's right. MySQL's in here. Select all from given person. Okay. Given person ID's first title is Ms. Surname Frizzle. First name. Preferred name. Official name. It gets thrown off then. Preferred name, Fiona Frizzle. Official name, doesn't look like there's anything there. Maybe it's unspecified. Name and characters, F Frizzle. Let's grab it all again. I think some metrics mentioned a way to unwrap or turn off word wrap in NeoVim and Vim. Oh my God, in NeoVim. In Vim. Copy.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Just
I'm
ask
afraid I
tonight a
can't
team
do
that was
that.
very ugly.
To tame it? Or tame it? I'm going to try to turn off word wrap. NeoVim. Vim. Jesus. Oh, table the data. Set wrap. Set no wrap.
Web link.
I'll click on that.
Fix-It says,
Woo, stuff's happening at GTF Ogans.
That's AO.
Just
That's
sign
AI.
in at
AI generated.
LPR.
Don't click on that,
Thank you very
anyone.
Was.
It's obviously... Oh, really? That's cool. What was it again? Set no wrap. There it is. First name Fiona, preferred name Fiona Frizzle.
They were working on a fully new version, so hopefully it's almost done.
Gender, username.
Hack the Planet says,
There's a password and a password salt there.
This is...
The columns are off.
Yeah. This is the password strong and this is the password salt.
I'd put the password strong through namethothesh.
Name that hash.
Once you get the hash type, use the salt to help you decrypt.
Did I spell that right? I thought I had that.
Usually name thoth hash is NTH.
Oh, it's NTH. Yep. NTH text. Most likely SHA 256. I don't even know what those are.
Could be SHA 256 with a salt. Maybe HMAC 256 salt.
I can't recall if I've cracked a password with salt before. So
try CyberChef.
I can do that. Nahan Codes viewers, do you know which CyberChef is? Excuse me. I keep sniffling now. Downloading more RAM. I've never seen that before.
Mavort says
56.4.
No, I do not know what that is.
Grid Square 1989 says
No, what is it?
It is a piece of software that allows you to put in, if it's encoded strings or passwords to try to crack them. And so it has all kinds of, well, I think it's more for an encoding than cracking. But like in this instance, we have the strong password and we have a salt.
Hack the Planet says
Did you know that you can deploy a CyberChef instance locally with Docker? D.
I didn't. Check that out. What did it say? 256.
Hack the Planet says
Yeah, it's useful for pen testers, but you should never just pop a hash from a customer into an internet-hosted website. D.
That's wise advice.
Only if you want to keep your job. D.
It's easy. Nope.
Mavort says,
So if I get this right, you must find the password that corresponds to the given hash.
Yes, but assault is added to it also, which complicates it. So I've done it
Or what
with
is the goal here?
Hashcat. No, you're on the right track. I've cracked before with Hashcat, but I don't think I've done it with assault before. So I'm trying to figure that out right now.
What's salt? And is there also pepper?
Grid Square 1989 says,
Salt plus shot 256.
It gets added to the end. Or gets added to it. That's weird. Oh. Home.
HackThePlanet says.
You can save the salt hash into a file and try to crack it with hashcat/rockyou.
Oh, the salt has to come first. Got it.
I think it may be second.
Grid Square 1989 says.
From what I found, salt comes first.
Gibbon creds full. Hashcat. Mode.
HackThePlanet says.
What was it called?
May. Save the file both ways.
1400.
And do science on it.
Okay. Separator unmatched.
Yay, I'd try it the other way hash salt. No hash is loaded again. Alright, let's look this up again. Maybe I cut something out of it. Try without specifying a mode. Hashcat will try to auto-detect.
Here I thought I was doing the right thing. Oh, it's because it's the wrong one. 1200? 1400. You suck. Salt, password, and salt. SHA-256.
HackThePlanet says.
1410.
Be right back, real quick.
That doesn't seem right. Maybe it's 1420.
Oh, exhausted. That's not good. Got it. Jenny Loves Magic 23. Took a minute.
Yes, she does.
Grid Square 1989 says,
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Mavort says,
So how did you figure it out?
It was a combination of pulling the hash and the salt from the database and then putting that in a file in the correct order, which is hash followed by salt, identifying the hash mode. It was 256 with salt, and then yeah, we had it in there backward. No, we had it in there the other way. The hash and then the salt. Unless we had it mixed up in the file. But anyways, we had it right in the file because it cracked. It's Jenny Loves Magic. So we're going to make a quick note. I don't remember where I was. I don't remember where I left off with my notes.
Grid Square 1989 says,
1420 wasn't it salt plus password?
Pebble Free says,
Check #cat examples wiki.
I mean, I'm just going by what it says here too, but I can do that. 1420 is what it was, what it cracked as. And depending on how it was in there, how it was in the file.
Mavort says,
That's cool. How did you learn this?
Painfully. I learned it painfully. And I still stumbled over using Hashcat, and I've used Hashcat a few times. More than a few times. $14.20 is SHA 256 Salt Pass.
Pebble3 says.
Oh damn, it doesn't show the hash format on the right, that sucks.
I mean, it says it in parentheses here. So did I have that backwards then? Oh, I lost it.
Grid Square 1989 says.
Vim and set unwrap.
Yeah. Wait. It's in evidence, right? That's where I want to be.
Mavort says.
Set nor app, you mean?
No wrap, that's right. Strong password, password salt. Password strong. Password strong salt. Yeah. So this is garbled up. I can't really make sense of password strong. I would think the first one is password strong. And this is the salt. But all right, well, we have it. All right, I'm going to update notes. Oh, I don't want to do that here. Oof, that was close. I don't want to do that there. Last thing we found was gibbons.
Pebble Free says,
yeah, the source code uses SHA-256 salt $. Pass. Web link.
Translated from French.
Source code uses SHA-256 salt pass. Okay. Salt pass. Oh, wait. Salt pass. If we go by that convention, we use 1420. The salt was the first part. The password is the second one.
No.
You're no. What am I not understanding?
Tanifar3 says,
1420? Is that like 10 420s?
Grid Square 1989 says,
that's a lot of salt of a small password.
Pebble Free says,
the password is always first in hashcat when cracking. The SHA-256 salt $. Pass is just a function that is used to count the hash.
Oh, I thought it was telling me the way that it's supposed to be passed to hashcat.
See,
oh, God, you want me to read more?
Tanifar3 says,
my salt is always dash because I like only a dash of salt.
Password strong. Is the hash
1989 says,
on your hash
salted?
Tanifar3 says,
did you assault the hash?
Twice.
I'll make an H-Mac out of you.
A what? Password is always first when cracking. Okay.
Grid Square 1989 says,
Can I ask you what your notes look like? I use Obsidian too, but I am winging to you when it comes to its structure.
There they are. I'll have to update them, but those are all my notes. They are in Obsidian. I back them up to GitHub. I push them to GitHub. And I publish them to with MK Docs. Good question. Thanks. Okay. Notes. I don't think N is working. Reading config.php reveals Mr. Gibbons parrot. This thing I wrote is N is okay. All right. It's up to date. Well, it's up to date from where I left it, which was database is MySQL. I don't think it has. It doesn't have the reverse shell. It may be in the output. Excuse me, the output log. Okay. Yikes. What are these things called? Methods? Hash methods? Modes. Scuffed Chungus. You should get that looked at. Thank you for the follow. How you doing today? All right, Claude. Check the logs. CMD, probably it's just cmd.log. the frizz and create, generate notes for what was accomplished. Let's open up the frizz and see how it does.
Hack the Planet says.
Now I remember why this box is infamous. We'll see how long it takes you once you're at the user step.
I have a feeling this is going to be a very humbling box. It already has been. Okay, so it is looking at the CMD log. It is reading, it read it.
Humbling. Yay, let's say that.
And it pulled up Gibson creds, Gibson full creds. It's writing notes to credentials.md. Where's credentials MD? And loot. There's credentials.
Pebble Free
I pulled the password, I pulled the hash.
If it's vulnerable to NTLM reflection and we can skip all that crap XD.
It's adding to the write-up now. Nice. Discovering Gibbon. Version detection. The exploit we used. Initial shell access with that. Credential harvesting found in config.php. Wow. That's actually impressive because all it has access to is questions I'm asking it, a command out log. It has an output log, but it is fucking massive.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Which
I'm afraid
LLM
I
are you
can't
using?
do that.
Claude?
Yeah. I'm using Claude, but not Opus. I used Opus to create this skill, but I pulled it back to Sonnet. I blew through tokens. So did it look at the out? Oh, wow. Look at everything it's saying to do next.
Opus gets you rate limited a little quicker. Sonnet is fine.
Yeah.
Use it with Rue/Klein and you barely ever get rate limited.
Okay. I'll look into that. Klein. I've used Klein before. That's pretty neat. Right. Read. Yeah, it didn't even touch the output log. It gleaned all this from the command line, from command log. And the notes that I put in.
Yeah, you can bind Klein to the Claude API. Still very good.
Can you really? Dude, it's really working well. It's really working well. It's breaking down commands too.
Neospring says,
Looks like you're really enjoying Claude Code. Any problems with it yet?
No, not yet. I'm sure I'll find problems with it. Like I was using Claude Code too at one time. Oh, that's what it didn't pick up on because I created the reverse shell.
Hack the Planet says,
Haven't tried Codex yet. What does that connect with?
I think just with username and password. I think it connects you to the website and makes a connection from there because I don't remember putting in my API into Codex. It's over here.
Gemini, or is that an OpenAI thing?
Codex is OpenAI. I built out the pen test coach with Codex, but it had a hard time with the output log and cleaning up the command output.
So that's checked.
Yeah. I mean, look at how clean this looks. Tells you what pain, tells you what time I ran the command, the pain, and then the command. The output is a mess. Because when I do stupid things like, what did I do? Dump the database? How, can you, it's not, cat, not, can I pass it to, will it give me word count? Was it word count?
Hack the Planet says,
Yay, honestly, this is the kind of robust logging you want whenever you're pen testing.
You know, I want to try something. I want to tell Claude, I want Claude to look at this file and try to make the notes more robust. How can I, what's the word? New line word and byte. It's 43,000 lines. Let's start with the reverse shell.
I'd actually want to separate my logging into a few files. Input.log, output.log, and error.log so that you have a separation between what commands you entered and the outputs you got.
Does the output have... What is this? There's some garbage down here at the bottom. I don't know where it come from. But does output have commands in it? Error. I don't know if I have a lot of errors. Oh, CMD start. Is that what that was? Yeah, look. So it is recording, and that's what I was torn against. I feel like those CMDs have to be in there to kind of put so you understand what was going on. Oh, look, it's catching my typos. That's the other thing. All right, I want to do this because this is not right. We did a web shell once we were on the machine. already put that screenshot. Oh, no, it's not. That's not it. Nice. Okay. Hey, I'm going to get some dinner. Six hours. Good stream. Thanks for hanging out. Loaf is deep asleep. Thank you for Roclod. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Madam Fabulous, thank you for the trolling, the gentle trolling. Tagora, thanks for hanging in there.
Fabulous says.
Theobald.
Hack the planet.
Fix
says.
it. Thanks for hanging out. Zemetrics may be long gone.
Fix it says.
Thanks for stream.
Yep.
Fix it 42 love.
Spectre, Zemetrics, AnyDesk, Madam Fabulous, Ragano, Fix It, Gaming Golfer, Grey Hatter. Thank you for all the help and suggestions there, Grey Hatter. Nahan Codes, thank you for the raid. Pebble, thanks for the help. Panic Gamer.
Website to read.
Do exclamation point notes right quick.
Madam Fabulous says.
Stare.
Sponge Fighter. I don't want to call anyone out. And Hack the Planet. Thank you all. Enjoy, Nick.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me know if you have any questions. You can hit me up on the Discord or even on Whispers. It's fine. Have a great night. Thank you all for hanging out. Another painful stream. Thank you. Yep. Right on.
Pebble Free says.
Less than 3.
Madam Fabulous says.
Night night.
Night night. Theobald. See you.
For a second, so I can hear it. Waiting to proxy up. Yo, Theo, thank you so much for the raid, brother. Welcome in, everybody. If
YouTubers.
My name is Nick. I'm a TTRPG streamer. And,
Have a nice night,
also
YouTubes.
do a lot of variety streaming with good games.
Gwenum just started following?
Yo, alright. We still gotta get over to medical for this key card.
Well, thanks, YouTube viewers.
Oh, Theo, how was the raid, brother? How are you feeling? Everybody, welcome in. Oh, almost fell. Dude, I'm... That dude fell to his death? Draw some attention. Inventory koala. Oh, did they really finish you already? No, bitches. Oh, what the